Hi, everybody. This is Allison from AllyKat Creations. How are you? Please don't forget to hit that like button, share, and subscribe out there into the ether so that this can reach more people. If you get anything from any of my videos or my work, connect the dots, epiphanies, mind explosions, a new book to read, a new author to explore, artwork to create, please consider supporting my work. All that will be after the video, after the live, it will be that there to help me. You can click on any one of my videos to get there. AllyKatCreations211.com is where you can find hearts with pew-pews, skulls with pew-pews. I'm dropping cards everywhere. Hooray! Hang on. Paintings and so much more. So go check out my website. All that fun information is there. If you're interested in getting anything, please email me. 3D memberships is a really great way to keep this channel up and going. And you guys get free entries into raffles and channel member oracle readings. How's that? I do them every Saturday. So check that out. Hi, Scott. Hi, Bob. Hi, Ash Maya. Hi, friends. Since this deck spilled, let's draw. Oh, we're missing a card. Lots to go over today. Thanks to everybody who made it to Turn the Page with Janine. I was on there this morning with Mr. Arnie. Very awesome. And I just want to put this out there because some people message me. It's okay that Arnie and I don't see eye to eye spiritually on things. It's fine. I enjoy his information. I love his work. And we can agree to disagree on everything, and so can everybody else. It's reality, and everybody perceives it differently. So we need to stop. It's okay. Like that's how that's how adults should be acting. When you have an inference or you don't see things eye to eye or you don't agree, it's okay. That's how the world works. Hi, Miss El Sunray. So I just want to put that one out there because I did get a few messages like, oh my God, how dare he? How dare he what? It's fine. Stop. Hit as much as we sound very similar, there are a lot of differences. Hi, Roger. There are a lot of differences between me and how Arnie see reality. Um, there's no right or wrong. I say that all the time. So go check out that show. It was still amazing. And I love Janine and thank her so much for allowing me and Arnie to talk galactic fun and all that amazement. So because the cards fell, I am not drawing all of them at the moment, but we'll do this. I'm just going to hold this name up because I don't know how to even pronounce that. Bring your courage to the forefront. You've got it under control, even if you don't think so. That is absolutely me right now. I did not get a phone call from the job that I applied to, so hopefully one comes Monday, but if not, I don't know what I'm doing. Poel, wake up the intention in your heart. Keep your desires in the forefront of your mind, always. We're also not pronouncing, I am not pronouncing this. I am, Get in touch with nature. This will help clear your mind and refresh your spirit. So I did yesterday, after the job interview, after seeing some military, I went into my backyard to check on my humongous elderberry tree. I took my sandals off and I was grounding on my tree. That's a lot of the photos I took the other day. Um, I took some photos and put some music to it. Uh, yeah. Yeah, I needed to say that because I got a few messages and it's no one who was upset with me or Arnie. It was just I it was weird. Hi, baby Luigi. It was weird. And it's okay that me and Arnie don't see things the same. I don't know if any other spiritual people do. Like, there's a lot of similarities that a lot of us come to conclusions with, a lot. And then there's other things that you don't align with that I might say or whatever have you. You have to steer your own boat. You have to be the captain of your own ship. You're the only one walking in your vehicle. I'm not doing the walking for you. So if you don't perceive or feel is a big key word there. What I am saying, just disregard it. It doesn't mean it might not be for you, but it might be for someone else that needs to hear it. Second cup of coffee, I refrained today from a third. I was gonna do three. Um, I was, didn't do it. And then I had a Friday the 13th outfit on, and it's a little it's velvet. And I tried it on yesterday and it fit sort of until I sat down and like the girls were spilling out. So I put that one back in the closet. I'm gonna write that down, Mr. Roger. What's it about, Roger? The backwards law. I don't do rum and coke. I do love rum. Rum. So when Allison was an alcoholic, if it wasn't beer, and I used to drink 3 to 4 40s, um, yeah, I'm Irish. Um, it would be rum. And I like whiskey too, but I have to be in the really good mood for whiskey. And I like Southern Comfort. But I like girly bitch drinks. I like Malibu Bay Breezes. I like pina coladas. I do like some daiquiri, so I will do tequila, but and vodka makes me I get allergic reactions to certain, well, all vodka, but um, I break out in hives. So I could drink vodka, it has to be watered down and mixed. Um, I love me rum. I like Shirley Temples. I like the sweet stuff. I like Midori sours. Midori is my favorite liquor of all time. And it's not that alcoholy. It just tastes good. My calendar keeps telling me tomorrow is Flag Day. as I'm trying to move the chat to see what Roger's saying. Book is about the more you try to get something, no matter what it is, you create resistance and probably won't attain it. That is a very big truth, Roger. Um, I I I will say when I was lonely when I moved out here and I put into the ether that I wanted a man and I wanted my soulmate. I let it go. I let the concept go. The same thing with, I talk, I'm a free agent. I talk and I'm very free about what my life is about. But the things that I'm trying to manifest, legitimately trying to manifest, I'm not putting it out there because I'm not thinking about it. I put it out there once in my little ball bubble of energy and let it go. And I'm waiting for the universe to deliver. I am creating methods in my brain to undo the subconscious blocks that I have, because that is really what's holding me up with life. I have a change is here, but I don't know where to move in this change. I don't know what direction. And when I try to move in a direction, I get denied. So, how much do you try until you lose it all? I don't know. Maybe I'm supposed to. Who knows? But the energetically, we're entangled to certain catalysts and outcomes because I have been reading about a lot of this, the laws, um, and have enacted a lot of this stuff throughout my life. I did not read The Course of Miracles. That's one of those books that are really expensive and hard to find an original copy of. That's not tainted or inverted. But I've listened to enough information to literally sit down and let things go and let the universe deliver. Though there is a caveat to that, because no matter what, you have a soul contract. If certain things in this world you are entangled to more than others, those entanglements will somehow reach you. If you're destined to bump into somebody, that is going to be divinely orchestrated no matter what time period or space time that's going to happen in, it will happen because that is meant to be in your contract. So, as much as I, in the moment, know that change is here, I need to change. I am just sitting in the last couple of days, I've been introspecting. I haven't been really pushing myself too much looking for jobs. I'm just browsing. I'm not acting on anything. I'm like trying to sit there to feel instead of feeling anxious, and I'm just breathing through it, looking and just seeing what piques my interest. I'm looking at different career routes, but again, I'm not acting on anything. I'm just allowing the universe right now to figure it out for me or give me clarity. And once again, if things are not meant to happen and I'm supposed to be a homeless bum and living in a car, that's my destiny that I chose. I have to come to terms with that. I don't believe so, but it's a reality that can potentially happen. Everything is possible. But I'm not stressing over it as much as I used to. So I'm still like, okay, gotta breathe, gotta transmute, gotta transmute, gotta transmute. But we'll see what happens. Hi, Miss Charlene. How are you, sweet girl? Um, the and like I said, with when I moved here, I wasn't in a relationship for almost 13 years. I took care of my parents in my late teens, early 20s, and then my mom in my 30s. There is a huge chunk of my life that I dedicated to doing the right thing by my parents in that return, it hindered me when it came to having an actual relationship and potential to have marriage because no one wanted to deal with my mom. She was a lunatic. I love you, mom. But my mom was overburdening and no one wanted to be around that. Um, and I also had to go home. I couldn't stay out and I couldn't do certain things because my mom needed me. It wasn't, I literally bathed her and wiped her and cleaned up her accidents and made her food. Like I was a mother to my mom. So as much as I did the right thing, I am now just living my life and it sucks. And to a certain extent. So when I moved here, I'm like, okay, I imagined a sphere of me finding someone that I am compatible with, that I want to be with, that they want to be with me. And I didn't get too specific because that also kind of hinders things too. And I let it go. And a few months later, ring a ding ding on my doorbell, there is Viking. So it does work. Um, for jobs and stuff and of that nature, I there's a lot of things that I'm like composing in my brain. I'm not gonna say what those things are, but okay, spirit's probably over there. I put the ball of energy in there and I said, okay, if these things are meant to be, I'm gonna get more motivated to do those things. Hi, Arnie. Yeah, I took care of my dad. I was in college. I was in high school. My dad got diagnosed with scleroderma when I was 16, 15, 15. He really started getting sick after my sweet 16. And he made it all the way to seeing me graduate college. So my mom really took care of my dad while I was in college, but I commuted to college. I stayed home. I didn't dorm so that I could help her out with my dad. Um, so in college, like I didn't have, going to art school is not one of those easy things. Like my classes were 6 hours long. Sometimes I had like a 20-hour day. Like I had long days. Like college was no joke. Um, Scleroderma is when your body creates too much collagen. It's called the Medusa disease. My dad's skin was the first sign that something was wrong. His skin looked like leather. It got really hard and really tough. And then he started getting internalized pain in his kidneys, stomach, his esophagus. And my rheumatologist that I was going to diagnosed him with scleroderma. He went to a specialist he couldn't afford. It wasn't covered, but my mom and my dad decided, yeah, we need to figure this out if there's something to alleviate his pain. So basically, it's your whole body turns really hard. So my dad basically was getting smothered to death. His organs stop, like when you see a heartbeat, your heart beats, your veins are, pumping the blood, your tissues are moving and helping you swallow food. And the buildup of the collagen made my dad's life a living nightmare. He lived a long time with that, and it's a very rare disease for men to have. He lived a lot longer than expected. My rheumatologist put him on some biologic medication that really helped him survive more than expected. They did a lot of trials and studies and stuff, but he had to go. Um, he was induced into a coma, and the night before he died, he opened his eyes and said his goodbyes to us, literally with a tube down his throat. I was only 22 when that happened. And then, oh yeah, hi, here comes my disease. I'm not claiming no more. But I was diagnosed a little after my dad died with rheumatoid arthritis. We kind of knew I had something wrong because I had to stop dancing. I was on point. I did professional dancing. I was always in a Broadway tryout. I had to stop because the people who were watching me dance pulled me over to the side and said, your hips and your knees are not in alignment. You should go to the doctor for that. And when I did, lo and behold, there's a lot more wrong with me than I knew at that time. Absolutely would. Um, I would do it all over again. And no, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. I just wish if I were to be the one having if there was do-overs, that the system that we are all under would have had more assistance for me because it held it, nothing holds you back per se, but if I knew, like at the end of my mom's life, I was only able to get an assistant to come into my house to help my mom, uh, a physical therapist to come in, and a respiratory specialist to come in. And that was only a part-time here or there, an hour or two, but it was very hard for me to even go back to to work. I got the paraprofessional job and I only worked part-time subbing until I was able to get somebody when I did finally get a full-time job with the city. I had to make sure that someone was able to go into my house to make sure my mom didn't drop dead or fall. That my mom was a huge fall risk. Um, I wish there would have been more help. And if I would have had the opportunity to get paid to stay home and take care of my mom, a lot of things would have been alleviated on my shoulders as well. But they didn't have those programs like they have now that you could get paid to take care of your loved one. That didn't exist when my parents were alive, and I would have totally gotten certified to become a home health care aide if it was presented at me, but it wasn't. And the hard part is like I was thinking about doing that again, but knowing the my parents, as much as they were so close-minded to me and what I am, they were open-minded to many things and they just let me do me. If I walked into a stranger's house, I wouldn't be able to give them the comfort that I can give spiritually to them. And that's one of the reasons why I couldn't go back into that because everybody here is super duper Catholic. I did not get a call today. They said either Friday or Monday. If I don't get a call, I didn't get it. So Monday is still around the corner. It's 2 days. Father's Day is here. If I didn't get it, I don't know. I have to keep looking and, you know, hope that what I want comes into manifestation. But if not, I go to the pawns. I go looking through jewelry and I'll pawn stuff and not to get it back to get money because that's my other option to pay my bills at this moment in time. Um, it is what it is. I have two commissions that someone got two pyramids. So the check for that is coming in the mail. I have to go to the post office tomorrow to ship that out. So there is a little tiny bit coming in, but I need a job. Or I need this channel to explode. But that's here or there. You know, I organically want to raise this. I am not paying like other people to explode it. Just not happening. And sadly enough, Ashmaya, that those kind of jobs around here don't pay. You could work at the grocery store, which I have applied to, and make more money there. That shows you the welfare state that Indiana is. Oh, I wish I had somebody to micromanage me. Not. I'm too much of an Aries and hyper independent. Shubin residence, thank gosh, has calmed the F down. Calm down. It's calm. It's chillaxed. Chillaxed. It's just green. It's chill. Thank goodness. Because Tuesday night was insane. I also got a message from someone. Oh, I saw your TikTok. So you're an angel? I've been saying what I am for a long time with my convictions, with my feelings, spirit. Whether you want to know if it's demonic, if it's lower fourth astral, it doesn't matter because the dark knows what we are. They know it. They know what we are. They're afraid of us. And they told me I'm an angel. They're going to tell you eventually it happened. It's evidence. You don't need to believe it. You can not believe it or not. That's up to your soul to integrate what you are. You got to feel it. When I asked the medium, I'm very heavily into the Archangel Collective out of nowhere. What is that? He's like, you are one. Oh. And it didn't put me in an ego like, oh, that's amazing. No, that's a heavy burden to be carrying. That's heavy. It's not to take lightly. Being an angel, we all are. It's not to be taken lightly. Are you walking a righteous path? Are you acting as if? Everybody puts, someone in one of the chats the other day I was watching, it's like, Jesus is king. And no, he's not. And he never wanted that to be proclaimed in his name or in his identity as a personality on this planet. He did not want that title. So why are we giving it to him? He was no king. He did not rule over anybody. He did not have authority over anybody, nor did he want it. He just taught you ascension mechanics. He asked you to think outside of your paradigm. He only had 2 commandments. The Arantia book I read the other day about Melchizedek pretty much stated the very same thing. Everything got inverted. they took and latched other religions, other thinkings, other movements, and they applied it to what they're going to get people to convert. They're like, oh, we can use this tactic and convert people this way. Oh, we're going to adopt that. Boom. Hi, Sparky. I don't care what Bible you read. I don't care what Vedic Upanishad you read. The Norse sagas, the Eddas, the all of it. It's all inverted. There's a lot of truth in there. Don't get me wrong. There is things in there that they had to put in there. But it's been inverted. At the end of the day, a book isn't going to tell you what you are inside. You are the only one that should go in and do the work to know what you are, and you are all things. You don't need to believe in that. You don't need to believe that you are the rock in first density. You need to believe that you're the vegetation between first and second density. You don't need to believe that you are a fractal of your animal. Why do witches call their cats familiars? And not all the cats, but the one that they connect with. Morgan was my second density self. Freya has a fractal of me in her. There's no doubt about it from my standpoint. You're one with all things. You're omnipotent and omnipresent, so is Source. So why are you limiting yourself? Remember, I don't like to use that word. It's overused by a lot of people, but energy-wise, you're a subatomic particle amongst and entangled with everything. Where you can apply string theory is that your entanglement to certain things you had catalysts to. This is where the law of one comes into play. Ra speaks about catalysts, your heart attacks, your car accidents, your dealings in life, events that happened. If you pre-planned, you said, hey, you're going to be my mom and you're going to be my dad, what changes in that equation? You chose it. And you chose things that were going to help you along the way to grow your soul, comfortable or not. You're also your higher self. You're just densified in a body, but you are your higher self. You are your oversoul. You have fractals of other dimensional space beings that inhabit you. You inhabit them. You were the aliens in Atlantis, Lemuria, Mu, Tartaria, and all of the whole paradigm every epoch. Some epochs, you took a damn break. I know I took a damn break during the Lyra Orion Wars. I was my angelic self. That's why when we talk about star seeds and stuff, I was so into the star seed movement. Loved it. It's like, hey, I'm a Pleiadian. I look like one. Yay. And then all of a sudden, no, the angelic stuff started coming in heavy. And yeah, I'm galactic as much as, but my essence goes back. Thank you. My essence goes back to source. And I today, the TikTok, I posted, I have to lower this so I don't get yelled at. So I posted the Janine and Arnie and myself's just a picture. I almost got 1,000 likes on that one. But Ashiana Dean, I found, okay, Divine Orchestration at Work. I found a clip of her talking about soul contracts. And if you go into my TikTok, you can watch it and hear it, the Ashiana Dean clip. Finding out that you are all things is hard to believe until you start having snapshots and remembering. And for some people, it's not going to happen because you're not ready for it yet. Some stuff might be scary. Some stuff you don't actually need. It's just more of an ego fulfillment than it is that your soul needs you to know. I think, Charlene, a lot of us came in exhausted. Um, the ones that are awake first. And when I mean first, let's equate this. I've been tackling this in my brain the last few days. Taking Dolores Cannon's concept of the waivers, 3 waves of volunteers, I highly recommend that book. That is a good first book for a lot of people that are kind of confused about spirituality and soul. That will help you. It happens to be right there. Hi, Catherine. Oh, you're not, no one's ever late. There is no time. It doesn't exist. But let's equate Dolores Cannon's waves of volunteers. Everybody that's here that's expanded their consciousness, that has deeply dived into content and research and went in and did some healing on self and integrated or is in the middle of integrating your shadow and looking at yourself, introspection. Those of us who have the awareness, the high consciousness, it doesn't matter what frequency you're at this moment. Just think that you are a first wave of this awakening. Put it into context of that. She claim, she's talking about the first waves of like star seeds and healers and people coming in and seeding frequency of uplifting the earth for the ascension. I'm saying to you, we are the first waves of people to be actively awake. We are the ones who are holding the higher frequency for the shift to occur. And yes, Arnie, the children are activated. They're already DNA upgraded. Some of them, most of these kids are autistic. A lot of these kids are here to get the last of the lessons for these other people intact. We still have a 3D contract to play out. But within our contract, we assigned ourselves a human life that we had to live, and our higher being, you can call it angelic, you can call it archangel, you can call it rishi, you can call it ascended master, you can call it whatever you would like to give a label to. You called that in because you knew at one point in your lifetime as a human, your energy would be needed. And we are what I call the first wavers. We're the way showers. We're the ones who are literally bridging heaven to earth. And it can't be done by just 1 or 2 people or a group of kumbaya people on a beach. And I'm not making fun of those people. But there's a lot of different sects of spirituality that's also been ravaged by ego, spiritual ego. And I can't handle those people because they're not walking authentic. Not everything in this world is rainbows and unicorns as much as I would love it to be. It isn't because we live in separation and in duality. We live in limitation, and our job this life is to overcome that limitation while we are breathing. That's why a lot of our rules are here. It's incoming or it is starting now. Mine's starting now. The universe is like, haha, bitch, not telling you what it is. See you next Tuesday. You gotta wait. So here I am. Truth. But many of us have been ordained, anointed, appointed for this time so that we're sitting and we're helping others. We're being there with non-judgment. Let me tell you what. There's tricksters in everything. There is not one movement or one positive thing that doesn't have someone in there infiltrating or trying. And there is literally innocents that don't know any better. There's that paradigm too. We shouldn't be judging. I'm gonna talk about, so Charlene, that's great. But Bashar comes at it because someone asked about when a woman does an act to get rid of a kid. I'm not gonna get my flag here. Every soul chooses their parents. Again, contracts. Every woman and man who have orchestrated a catalyst for themselves, that is one of the catalysts. It's a soul dipping their toe into frequency and seeing if they can actually handle it. Sometimes they can't, so they depart. It was all contracted. Everything, for the most part, besides maybe your bodily chemistry doing its thing, I think that's free will. Burping, farting, going to the bathroom, I think that's all your alchemical transmutations in your body, and I think that's on a free will basis. But there are certain things that we have orchestrated for ourselves. Now, could you rip that contract up? Maybe, sure. I've been told by many people, many people that can talk to my spirit guides and my other selves, that my contract is anointed by source. There's not much moving in that contract. Yes. Hi, Kim. A lot of, you see, we have already, as a lot of us that are awake and to a political standpoint, we're seeing the waves of people passing over. Thank you. We're seeing it. I had it about 6 months ago, maybe a little more than that. 8 months to a year ago. A lot of people in my high school class out of nowhere suddenly died. Like one after the other, after the other, after the other. It's a little freaky to hear that, I had friends in my earlier times. I had a lot of friends die from cancer, and I had a lot of friends transcend themselves. Hi, Buckshot. I've had a lot of loss around me in the last since I was alive. Um, but a lot of souls are leaving. We have to understand what this was a way out for a lot of people because they couldn't handle the frequencies. We all saw what Spirit was doing on Tuesday coming through that REM pod, which when I went back to watch, you're not hearing the alarms that I was hearing. That thing goes off like an alarm, like your smoke alarm. You guys were not hearing that. Thank God. You'd be like, Allison, shut that thing off. That thing alarms. But you guys saw the lights. A lot of you saw the things behind me. I saw things going back and watching it. So you got to remember, you're a lot more than you are in this body. It's just a body. It's a meat suit. You transcend. We get so attached to the human form, we tend to forget and we get attached. Of course, I love my parents. It was devastating and not easy to have to take care of them and then watch them die at a young age. Like I would have probably, my mentality, I would have probably been a lot more at ease that, my mom and dad were born in 46. Death is inevitable, but having to watch them go young, it wasn't easy. And it wasn't easy having to take care of them. And I was all by myself. I did it. I didn't have help, if I asked myself, did it hinder me to some extent? I'm not gonna lie. I could have went out and secured myself a salaried position and stayed there. I could have married somebody that had a really good income and that would have been able to take care of me while I was sick myself. Hi Christina. Oh, that's awesome. I was out in my yard yesterday. Today it was raining like crazy on and off all day and sprinkling, and then the sun comes out, and then here comes it, comes rolling in again. So yesterday I was out after the interview and literally barefoot by my tree, feeling all pretty, taking photos, uh, making things make sense to me. But I want to instill in people that no one person is going to feel until you have the experience, the notion, the feeling, the snapshot. You can't place things. More and more people are seeing lower fourth density. You're seeing the shadow figures, you're seeing the orbs, you're seeing things, and you're like, wait, what? And then your skeptical mind is running in the background. The gears are going. You're like, did that really happen? Did I really see that? Right? I know the high plains is experiencing tornadoes, well, bad weather that might be tornadic later. They watched one of the storm chasers drive up to Montana. Gorgeous. Scary. Parts of Wyoming is scary. Just saying. We don't want to get stuck on the road out there, but gorgeous. Um, gorgeous. I also put something out earlier that I hope that rings truth in somebody's ears today. We're watching a movie. We've been told this time and time again. I want to bring heaven down to earth. Can't do that if I'm watching the movie and allowing it to affect me. We were told about World War III. while we were all in our, growth of learning and deciphering and discerning, and that was a big lesson. That whole movement is a huge lesson. It's a catalyst. It woke us up further than, depends where you are and where you were. You don't need to be, when you say you're awake, were you awake to certain components of how the world worked? Were you aware of certain components of things? Everybody's at a different level on that end. But when they told you it's a movie, it literally is. Stop investing in things that are not going to do anything good for you. It's only going to bring you anxiety and nervousness and, oh my God, what's going to happen next? Sure, if you're supposed to, you have summer vacation and you see that there are going to be uh doings in cities, yeah, and if you were meant to go to that city, yeah, I wouldn't go just to be on the safe side, but you got to listen to your own intuition on that. What the point I'm getting at, my friends in New York that I used to work with, my friend Katie messaged me and I sent her some photos, reminding her it's a movie and that there are people in masks and half of what you're seeing is fake. So stop bothering. Don't get upset. Don't get nervous. Don't feed into stuff. And she goes, well, everybody around me is feeding into this nonsense. I said, okay, and let them. Don't allow it to affect you. Do not allow it to make you feel a certain way because other people around you are projecting it, feeding into it. So one of the girls that didn't necessarily like me, she tried to like me, couldn't do it. I'm finding out that a lot of the staff is going to Philadelphia tomorrow for a rally. And I said, is there anything going on in New York? Like, you know, don't go to the city. She lives in Brooklyn. Said, please don't go to the city if there is something going on. And she goes, no, no, they're all going to Philadelphia. And I said, well, I hope you're not going and keep me informed. I'm curious. But then I also said, I hope that they're all safe and sound and maybe one or two of them might come to realization when they start seeing pallets of things and ask, where did this come from? Yeah, Charlene, I get that too. Like sometimes, like I don't see any in my like space here. I have to look into the camera to see something whizzing. Um, some stuff I can catch in real time in my eyesight, but it's usually in my periphery. Um, sees more than anything else. I mean, we were told about World War III 7 years ago, even now 8. We were told about this. In the manner in which it plays out, we didn't know. We didn't know when. We just knew something at some point was going to happen. We are going to have a come to death moment, another Bay of Pigs moment. And, we know things are going to, how a lot of these things are going to turn out. I'm just sick and tired of the fact that it's like, oh, the excuse to me now, and it's an excuse. Well, it's to wake people up. Now well, now look at the spiritual component to it. We're not supposed to wake anybody up. If we want to have the come to God moment, a lot of us already came to God and are working with God. We're working with ourselves. Does it take a 9/11 event to unify people? I'm sick and tired of the deception of look over here and we're deceiving you over there, but we're like, oh, we have to do it. It's a military. It's excuses. Like I keep bringing up, if I were to go out and do something bad, I'd be arrested and I would be brought to justice really quick. If any of you went out and did something illegal, you would be going to court and having your day at justice. I don't think it's okay that it's been years and oh, I know it takes a while and you have to get all this evidence, but a normal common day person goes out and does something, you're getting put to justice. I don't care if it's the right system, the wrong system, the sea system, the air system, the God system, it doesn't matter. It's all recorded anyway in the Akash. You're your own judge, jury, and executioner when you transcend. No one's doing that for you but yourself. You get to have a life review and you get to see all the places you made mistakes, all the places that you had your victories and gains, all the places that you helped other people, and all the places that you could have helped other people but didn't see it. That's right, Roger. That's right. And that's what I told my friend. I'm not feeding into the movie. I'm not watching the movie. I'm interested because I was invested for so long. But I don't let it take an emotional hold in my system anymore like I used to. I used to be like everybody else. I was flying on Hopi. I'm like, oh, this is gonna happen. And then having anxiety, anxiety can be good or bad, anticipation, like suspense. When you're watching a movie and you're watching it for the first time and you're like, oh, what's gonna happen next? That's a feeling, that's an emotion that it's getting you to put in your auric field, in your toroidal field, that is in your field that can be taken or used to someone else's enjoyment or detriment. You can watch, all the live feeds of what's going on in LA, just don't have an emotional attachment to it. That's all I'm asking. That's how we're supposed to mature, in my estimation, from what upstairs gives me. It's the understanding when you feel you're emoting an electrical current out into your field from your heart space. You conduct electricity. Everything is a stepping stone, Sparky. Everything is. The stepping stone, though, starts becoming bigger steps. What the negative side, because we are in duality, like I said, I don't I don't feed them my energy anymore. I don't feel into their energy. I don't want it in my reality. Actually, there's a really good meme I found. I know some of you saw it, but some of you have not. I have a lot of stuff today. If you don't like something, just take away its own. Hello. If you don't like something, just take away its only power, your attention. So I stopped giving those things my attention because they don't serve me. They don't pay my bills. They don't put food on my table. Those are the things that concern me. And those are the things that should concern you. And yes, the economy serves all of us. The gas prices are definitely something that serves us, whether it's our detriment or going out and having fun. Certain components we can't escape from. We live in the matrix. But I am not feeding the negative side my energy anymore. I'm not giving them my energy of thoughts because it's only going to feed them. They're not creative. We are creative. They are not creative. They are, whether you want to believe, I believe all things is source. Now, the negative polarity has clothed themselves in enough darkness that the light really can't shine within. So their spark is on low. They need a jump start to get their things manifested. They're low vibing people. And not to say they're not happy and they don't emit frequency, they do. But the manner in their thinking is low vibratory states. So what do? They are ignorant. They don't understand how things work like we do. Oh, we're just going to loosh it out of them. They're not taking my loosh no more because I am not emitting loosh anymore. Does that make sense? Whether it be a draconian, whether it be a gray, whether it be a palladium, whether it be a machine, I don't give a crap. I'm not giving it my attention. I am not serving their agenda anymore. Because what you don't give attention to does not manifest in your reality any longer. It's still going to be seen because the collective consciousness dictates what is on your outside world along with your subconscious. But when you're not feeding those things, your subconscious doesn't need to register it anymore for it to be a reality for you to serve. Oh, I know that black hat. That's why I saw the picture before I read the words and I was like, oh, that's so cute. And then I read it. I'm like, oh, that's amazing. That's right, Sparky. And that's what a lot of people are like, well, you're telling us not to watch this. Da, da, da. No, I'm just saying don't put your feelings into things that are not serving you. You know, what is serving you? Watching riots all day and watching other people get hurt, whether you are aligned with those people or not. Like I said, I like the neutrality point because I lived in New York, so I know all about that agenda. I know how those people feel and think, but I also have the taste of the other side as well. So I can objectively, in the neutral zone, look at both sides and go, okay, I understand why they feel that way. Do I agree with it? No. But I see what their heart space is emitting. Like these people are adamant and they feel it just like we feel it differently. But they're entitled to their feelings. And this is the experience that their soul signed up for. Detach the feelings to things. A lot of people are layered in a lot of darkness. It's our job, it's not to awaken, it's to shine our light, our lighthouses on them. And eventually that darkness is going to be like peeled back. The layers and layers and layers that are encompassing a lot of these people. Your light is going to help shine inside of them and open them up. You can't force it. You, all these people aren't waking up. They're not, everybody's meant to wake up in this time. Yes, because most people have been brainwashed, and whether we consented to that in our contracts or not, we still have the free will to live. And unfortunately, all of us have been encoded for a life, and some of it has been inverted. A lot of us that are awake, like I said, I believe if we use the Dolores Cannon analogy, we are the first wavers. Of course, there's a lot of people above us that have been seeding these spiritual truths for decades, but now we're in mass. And it naturally happened. We naturally all found each other. We orchestrated all of this. This is not something that just happened. It's synchronicity. We were supposed to all meet each other. We were all supposed to be around each other to help each other grow and thrive. And like I was saying at the beginning, Spirit popped in and said, "Good evening, angel," for a reason. Because it's a big responsibility to have that. It's not something to glorify. It's not something to put on a podium and hold over others' heads. I'm not alone. All of you, if you feel it and you go in and understand your responsibility on this planet, it's a heavy burden more than anything else in 3D. When you rise above and you go, oh, okay. I'm supposed to be transmuting the energy. I'm supposed to be meditating. I'm supposed to be out in the cornfield dealing with this ley line. Oh, I'm supposed to be holding the crystals, and I'm supposed to be, thinking positive and going out in the world and smiling and shining my light in helping other people. That's why we're all here. That is in our frequency. So when I say you're all angels, you really are angels, and angels are in human form. We're the human angelics. Many of us have a higher frequency keys that are accessed during our lives at different times. You are divine. Don't let anybody ever take that away from you. Claim it. It's not an egotistical thing to say, I am divine. If anybody tries to take that away from you, what do you think they are? Of the negative polarity? And they're either jealous that they can't see it for themselves, or they don't take the investment in self to do the work. If you haven't looked in the mirror and said, I love you, and actually feel something from that, you got to work on yourself. Life is not perfect. We didn't orchestrate a perfect life. I don't know one person that orchestrated the billionaire's experience. Most chosen ones for the wave one of frequency of shifting the bitch out of 3D to 4, we chose extremely difficult lives. A lot of loss, a lot of hurt, and a lot of damage and trauma. Why? Because we need to learn how to overcome this, and the only way we could do it is in a 3D sense. because we need to feel it to go through the experience, to gain the wisdom. You can't get that on any other density besides third. And that's why we all orchestrated this journey, and we orchestrated it together. And we knew at some time, at some point in time space, all of us would conjoin together and go, oh crap. Wow, I don't feel like I have a purpose, but now I do. It's a big one. It's a huge responsibility, and it might not feel it at first. But you are like on a map of the GPS. If you see yourself as a dot and you see the dot emulating, just think about you being in the car and your frequency field emanating out of you. Now, if you're putting high vibe music and you're like jamming out and like singing and having high vibes, all of that is emanating in the community where you're driving. That's affecting other people, whether you like it or not. You're in the supermarket and you're smiling. Somebody might have just lost their job, or somebody in their life might have just passed over and they have no concept of spirituality or anything. And your smile brightened up their day. Those little insignificant things that you think are insignificant are huge. Yes. What has not worked in every one of the epochs we have all inhabited at some point was that war is not the answer. Pointing fingers is another thing that is not the answer. Yeah, is any good person can have shenanigans. Lots of people have very, very, very dirty skeletonally closets that they're deceiving. I don't know, one person, like I said, I'm not infallible. I am not perfect. I don't want to be. Do I have skeletons in my closet? Not necessarily, because I've emptied my closet out. I've shared a lot. I'm an open book. I don't, that's how I'm authentic. I don't need to lie. I don't need to not, what would lying do for me besides give me negative karma points in heaven or in the Akash? All I'm going to do is be having that rerun in my past life review, going up there and go, oh, I'm an asshole. Why did I lie? Oh, that was to increase your ego, honey. Oh, crap. I hurt other people by doing that. Just walk your authentic self in the now moment in your body, and you won't have that issue. You have to think about it. You're immortal, and you're going to have to answer to yourself at some point. Why not do it now and here and clean the slate for yourself? Scorpion energy, as in the insect, or the zodiac sign, Scorpio. Well, blessings, Billy Joe. I mean, if we're looking at, we're going to go into Cancer next. But like, is it Scorpio? I think it is. So Scorpio is associated with the tarot card death. It's transformation. It is rebirth. Um, It's linked to emotional in-depthness. But it's also in its negative sense, like a power, not necessarily over others, but having and assuming power. And it's how you direct that power, that can be an influence of good or evil in third dimension. Um, if that's what you're looking for. All this shit. I mean, if you look at a scorpion, the stinger is its defense. We are in the storm. I know a lot of people aren't on the TikTok, but I'm going to be doing a little bit more so I can get more of those TikTok clips on my YouTube channel. And I did one today that the storm is here. But it's a different the storm is interpreted for me spiritually. As a person that has read a lot, obviously, behind me and a lot of spiritual work, we have been told it's not necessarily wrong. Get over here, chicken. Oh, wait, where's my frog? I got my dinosaur. Um, we've been told that there was going to be this time where everything is going to be chucked up into chaos. That doesn't necessarily only mean politically and economically and in humanity, that's also spiritually. So, a part of this human resonance that's hitting us is a purge. We're moving into a time where we're deeply purging everything that no longer serves us, whether that be people, places, things, feelings, emotions, traumas, all of that. um, we are shedding the things that no longer work for our soul, not your ego and your personality, this body. That's where I'm at. I'm at the transformation point where I've purged a lot, but we're in the middle of a rebirth and I haven't gotten to my birthing. I'm in the middle of being birthed. I'm in labor. I'm in the womb and I haven't come out yet. So I don't know what that change looks like for me. I just know that everything around me is being purged. What doesn't serve my soul is being denied. Every job that I'm being denied from is not meant to be, even though I really need a job. Um, the dinosaur toy? What are you talking about, Bob? Yes, and Billy, the big emphasis that I've been saying in the last couple of weeks is the Peter Pan syndrome. Yes, Peter Pan can be known for the boy island and all that nonsense, but if you look at the bigger picture, it's asking you to integrate your shadow. You need to be balanced in 3D. We still live in 3D. We're bridging heaven to earth. We're not going to heaven. As much as most of us like want to transcend and go on a spaceship and see the other lands beyond. The reality is we're here, and what we're doing is bringing in higher frequency for the world to be shed of the darkness and bring in the light. Hi, Wendy. What's up? That is that process we're all going through right now, and all that purging we're doing internally is coming out through the subconscious in the collective unconscious. And that's what we're seeing unfolding in the movie right now. Yes, Miss Sparky. Yes, we are the ones to bring the light, but we have to remember our role. If you don't necessarily remember your contract with Source, start at your birth. Why did you choose your parents? Why did you choose the state, your color, your race, your creed? Why did you want to experience poverty? Start in those places. That's doing introspection. That is doing your healing. That is tapping into the trauma you need to let go. Asking those questions of yourself first. Why did I choose this theme? What is your theme? Your theme could be, this theme for me is I'm an artist. I'm a philosopher. I'm a spiritual person. Why did I choose this? Why did I choose to express my talents this way? Some other people in the world chose to be mathematicians, to be accountants, to be coding on computers. Whatever it is that you do, you chose that theme to play out because that's something you like. We all like something different. Everyone chose a theme to explore. Certain themes are you failed at every marriage that you were in. You my theme is I didn't have children this lifetime. I was not meant to. But ask my soul why. So we need to ask those deeper, harder questions of ourselves in hopes that a memory, an unlocking of a key in your chakra system will give you the allowance to see the answers. Why did you choose your parents? What did they teach you? But taking out the negativity and not judging them for what they did, but asking yourself, okay, I chose an abusive mom. Why? How did it shape me into the individual that I am right now? How did it help serve me in my life right now? You might not think it did, but it totally did. And of course, we don't ever want to promote abuse but a lot of people have that experience. I was going to do Sun Tzu cards, but I got these cards. My friend Katie sent me these. Soul Truth, Self-Awareness deck. If you guys, I'm going to see, I got, she got this off of Sheen, but I'll write this in the links after the live. These are fantastic. We're going to pull some cards. I hope you're feeling okay, Wendy. I know you're on the mend. Uh, I'm glad you're going for walks. That's you got to keep moving. Okay, first card, I'm taking that because that just jumped out. Um, Anybody that's going through inner work that could use a boost or you're getting stuck and you don't know what else to do, these cards are incredible. They came in the mail yesterday. Well, Dolores Cannon Charlene does say that a lot of people that have never really found their purpose in their lives. Like they look for something like, what's my purpose? Why am I here? Like, why am I alive? And a lot of the times people don't realize they're just here to hold the frequency of light. And it doesn't sound like it means that much, but it's huge. It's a huge responsibility, because if you're sitting in depression and you're layering the dark on you, how could you do your job and your role? No. I used to be a big gamer. I used to play World of Warcraft, 14 years under my belt. And that was my escape from reality. All right. I bet you these cards on Sheen were like $3. Am I apologizing for my truth? What part of you is apologizing for your truth? Why? Today's soul action. Today, be proud of your truth. Catch yourself when you want to apologize or withhold parts of it. You never know whose life you will change when you are brave enough to speak it. Be the lighthouse that shines on the courage that lives in all of us. This will give others permission to speak their own truth. There is room for all of us. Today's mantra: courage is contagious. Oh, absolutely, Charlene. I have a million of them. Some of them are playing out right now, and some of them have yet to be played. What if it isn't true? The thing you are telling yourself right now, the concrete reasons why you think you don't belong. You can't do it. You won't get there. You're not enough. Or is it not you, not for you? What if it wasn't true? Today's soul action. It's time for a soul chat. Close your eyes, put your hands on your heart, and ask the wise one within you, what if it isn't true? What else might be possible? Journal your answer. What lie I need to let go of to reach my soul's truth? These cards are extremely helpful with doing introspection. On whom am I placing blame right now? A person who blames others has not begun their lesson. A person who blames themselves has begun their lesson. A person who blames no one has finished their lesson. Today's soul action, take responsibility on whom you are. On whom are you placing blame right now? Today, free yourself by releasing all victimhood and blame and resistance. They don't belong where you are going. Only love and courage live there. Make a choice to do it, even if you don't feel ready. Listen to your heart, you will be led. What if it was easy? It doesn't have to be hard. Call in the universe, the stars, the angels, and all their powers. Find the solution. Would you take the next step if it were easy? It's time to expect ease. Call in grace and receive guidance. You are supported. Today's soul action lists 10 possible ideals for your soul's current calling. Lean into ease. It's here. You just have to say yes to it. Yes, I'm a COD person. I like me my Call of Duty. I suck at it, but I like it. But I like my World of Warcraft. These are fantastic cards, and just like I have a deck around here somewhere that asks you questions that you do the answering, it opens you up to things you need to heal. So I like those. I like those are amazing. I think gaming is fun, but when you have control over your gaming. I know people that could sit on Call of Duty or other video games for hours, if not days on end. You have to have your limits. Like I used to do raids and we set up times and we all used to come together on Skype and we used to chat and set ourselves up. I was serious and in very serious in gaming. But where did it get me? It got me out of my brain for a little bit, but I did. Um, I actually dated somebody off of a video game. Didn't last that long, but I did. Yeah, but they have to be on top of their game and keep that top. Um, People stream it, but I'd rather be actively playing. You see, like every one of the men I have dated besides two all played video games. Didn't mind it because you know what Allison did? Brought her books. So after work, both of us worked, and it was just, time to like chill out, and there was nothing to watch. This is pre-Allison Awakening in the bigger sense. I used to just read and they would play and it would work out fine. I would cuddle on them, they would cuddle on me, and they would do their thing, I did my thing. I was fine with that. But when it becomes obsessive and it becomes an escape, it's like a drug. You have to have moderation with everything that you do. And, for us adults that grew up with the video games like in the 80s, Atari and all that, there was control. Nowadays, kids, Roadblocks and Fortnite and all this nonsense, they're obsessed. Like they can't get off. It's like a thing where we didn't grow up with these in our faces all day. We knew how to go outside and play. I used to play manhunt, field hockey, flag football. I grew up with a lot of boys. So I had a lot of fun. I was very active. We rode bikes. I went out. Now the kids are stuck on their screens and they don't go out and enjoy themselves and get some fresh air. Because mommy doesn't want to deal with your ass, so here's my phone. And I could see that when I'm at school, the kids are automatically wanting iPad. I want my iPad. I want the iPad. I want my Chromebook. I want my Chromebook. No, you're too young. And I think video games to an extent helped a lot of us get, like, for me going and doing pew pews and living a virtual life helped me not do it in my real life. I love puzzle games. I love Mahjong on the apps and stuff, but you have to have your limits. Honestly, deplorable. I'm going to the post office here. I did post on my Facebook feed the other day. So I went on an interview at the hotels, and the hotels, it's like a whole line of them. They're right across the street from the mall, and they were doing construction on the way on the road that I needed to get back home. So I had to go through the mall to get onto another road to get home. So as I was going through the mall's drive-through lot road thingy, I saw military. I think they stopped at Chick-fil-A. I saw that in the mall's parking lot. And then I'm like questioning, are they going to Chicago or Indy? Because it's very rare to see any military vehicles around here. Now, when I lived on Staten Island, we had an armory. I did not, Christina. I checked today. Hi, brother Jerry. I think Jake, I think Dina said 5 o'clock Central, 6 Eastern. They were gonna go live. Oh, don't be scared. Don't be scared. No, don't do it, Jerry. Don't do it. Don't be scared. I saw that when I went on the interview and I saw that, I obviously like wrapped back around and I thanked them for their service. I didn't ask them any, I was in my car. I didn't want them to think I'm a creep or that I was like spying on them or anything. So I just like, thank you for your service. Have a blessed day. Be safe out there. And they, thanked me, waved me on, and went back to their meal. But hi Barbara. But I questioned, like, I never ever seen military over here. If they're over here, they're getting off the highway to go get something to eat because we're obviously safer than Gary to stop. And then they're going back on the highway because the highway's right there. Um, I don't know where they were going, but in Staten Island, there was an armory. So always had vehicles, army vehicles, army med trucks and tanks and all kinds of Humvees all the time because we had an armory on Staten Island. So I said that was normal for me to see. But here, I don't know where the closest base is, and it's not here. So I don't know where they were going. But I prayed for their safety and I said hi to them. Oh, geez. Wendy, I live in a very Catholic area. And the first year I moved in, I had the JVs come to my house, JWs, and they thought they hooked me hook, line, and sinker until I brought out that. And I said, "Oh, is this the same Jehovah?" And they started reading some stuff and they were like, "Have a blessed day, child." I'm like, "I'm a child of God. Have a blessed day for yourself." Never heard of them again. Yeah, deplorable. Before you got on, one of my really good friends in New York, I texted her yesterday asking if there was one of those rallies in Manhattan, and she goes, "Not that I know of, because all the staff is going to Philadelphia." Philadelphia from Manhattan's only about an hour drive, bus ride. It's not that far. It's really cut right across New Jersey. It is very easy to get to Philadelphia. So a lot of people will be in Philly tomorrow from New York. I don't know if it's going on in New York, but that's what I was told. And those are feet on the ground in New York. And when I lived in Staten Island, I used to get a lot of pamphlets in my door. Only me, only my house, because I asked all my neighbors. It's great. I honestly love Philly. I did the Philly tattoo conventions. I went to the Mutter Museum. I went to the Franklin Institute. I love Philadelphia. Uh, I would not live there, but it's a really nice place to visit. I did the Rocky Stairs. Um, you know, all I will say is I'm not feeding into the negative energy for what is being projected out of the ether. Well, I will say is that I'm going to hold space for either side. I don't like to see innocent people get hurt. You know, there is people spectating because they need to see it for themselves, what's going on. There's aggravators, there's people that are paid, there's people that are adamantly feeling like their side needs to walk and be heard. And that's great. That's why America is a great country, you know. Oh, I want cannoli so bad. I need to find good ragout and mascarpone, something. There's nothing good around here. I have to go to Wisconsin to get cheese that's legit. Um, I legitimately was so when I was first looking to move out of New York, I wanted to stay closer to home. Because I have family in the Bronx. They're in AOC's district, by the way. But I have family in the Bronx, and I didn't really want to move too far from them. They're the only people I talk to. Um, and I looked in Pennsylvania, but when I was driving through, no bueno on the energies. And no, I didn't drive through the whole state. I drove, yeah, no bueno. No bueno. No good. No good. Ohio also, the energy there, no matter if I take 30 or 80. Oh, get out of here. No, can't do it. The energy I can't stand. And even little parts of Indiana, when I first got into Indiana, when I moved, and it was like adios everything. There are certain parts I'm like, oh boy, I don't feel that here so much. Yeah, and you're there, Wendy, to transmute that negative energy. Like I'm up here with the demons. I gotta transmute all the heavy, negative, ancient, cursed land from the Native Americans. That's my job. We are spread apart for a reason because we need our light to be shining on these not so great places. I was moved out of New York for a reason. As much as there is a lot of light workers in Indiana, my energy needed to be here. I'm not that far from the demon house, Lake Michigan, and other places that are tainted. Right. Sparky, absolutely. Um, but here's the thing too, like I was seeing yesterday in our lovely friends chat, Yeshua is not king either, and he didn't want to be labeled king. So we need to stop doing that. You can believe he is the king, but what is a king? What is the representation of a king? It's someone that holds power over others. Yeshua never wanted that. And I wouldn't want to give him that title or say he's the king or the Lord. Look at the definition of Lord. He was a normal human, high aspect of an ascended master that incarnated in to help us. And many of us are taking on that role. And the thing is, like a lot of people around here, even I live in a very liberal portion of Indiana, sadly. But there's a hell of a lot of people that own firearms here. And if anybody from Chicago wants to come down into Indiana, it's like a no-go, don't come here because we got pew pews and no. Bye. Bye, Felicia. And I asked my friend, the co-workers that I used to work with that are going to Philadelphia for that rally, are they getting paid for it? And she goes, "What? No, they're adamant about it. Like they are not shutting the F up about this." So there are really good people in the world, and that my coworkers are amazing people back in New York. I don't have any, they thought I was going to kill them. That's the only maybe issue I take up with them. Like, stop being ignorant. I never killed you. You chose to do something, and that's a consequence you got to live with, not me. But I still care about them, and I don't want any harm to come their way. And I said to her, I said, if you can, you don't have to say it came from me, but just please be very careful. If you start seeing pallets of bricks or concrete, please run the other direction and away from it. Go back to your hotel or wait for the bus that you came in on or wherever and get out of there. There's no reason for you to get hurt. If you adamantly feel a certain way, you're entitled to that feeling. I am not going to be the one taking that away from you, but let's be logical. If you're seeing things on the side of the street that doesn't add up, that why would they be there? Go away. I don't want those friends, and they're not friends anymore, but the people I used to work with, I don't want any harm coming to them because they know not. They knew not. Absolutely. And a lot of things, and like Bashar says, and I'm not a huge Bashar fan, but there's a lot of things that he says that make sense. We have to go through what we prefer and what we don't prefer. So we know we have choices to make. If we don't have these contrasting experiences, I don't agree with them. I don't agree with the White Hats holding back information that is not necessarily a detriment to anybody, but would help steer minds and of undoing some brainwashing. But that's not my decision to make. But we see what is being preferred over what is not being preferred, and we need those experiences in order to walk through them and know what we want for our own selves. You know what? I don't like my gas prices. I don't prefer that. I don't prefer being taxed on everything that I got my land, I bought it. So why don't I own it? It looks like I own it on a piece of paper, but you're still taxing me on it. I don't prefer certain things in this world, and many of you have your own preferences you prefer if you don't. But how would you know if you preferred something over something else if you didn't have the experience of it? And that's what Bashar kind of brings out about our times. Right now it's at 3:29 because Father's Day is Sunday. So happy Father's Day to anybody that's a father out there, a pet daddy, or any of the above. Happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to my father in heaven and the sperm donor that is in Georgia. 3:29. Sometimes it goes to 2.99. Depends on the day, but that's still high. But we need to see what we prefer and what we don't prefer, and that's what 3D experience gives us. We need to have this experience so we walk through it so we know what we want over what we don't. We don't know what we want in the new world if we don't have contrast to know what we don't want. If we didn't have contrast, we would be living very boring, dull lives. We'd be sitting on the couch, not knowing what to do with ourselves. And we can't measure someone's common sense because everybody has a different life experience. Some people have never been exposed, so they're naive, they're gullible to information because they don't know any better. Some people have been sheltered their whole lives and only given what their parents have instilled in them, and they won't move the needle. They won't expand. They won't look at other perception. They can't think for themselves. They only know what they know from what they've been indoctrinated into. That's why a lot of us are super important at this time because we were the ones not indoctrinated. And even if we were programmed, we somehow navigated around the program. We're being all activated. Oh, I've seen the gas prices in other states. That's why I love watching Chasers because they tell you where the prices are. You're always stopping in the gas station on your streams. I'm getting rain here. It is my body hurts. Um, yeah, gas is expensive here. Okay, I'm gonna leave the best one of the Sun Tzu cards for last. Sun Tzu said, while heeding the profit of my counsel, avail yourself also of any helpful circumstances over and beyond the ordinary rules. Learn your lessons. Education begins on the first day of our lives and ends on the last. We learn something new every day, something of it planned, something of it unplanned, some of it useful, and some of it irrelevant. We learn in different ways by seeing, by showing, and by doing. Realizing how you learn is a skill that you can improve by trying the different methods. When I first started driving when I was 14, gas was $1.69. and sometimes cheaper than that. Yeah, I'm still over the $3 mark over here. Who's getting the fistful of Sun Tzu said, in night frightening, then make much use of signal fires and drums, and in fighting by day, all flags and banners as a means of influencing the ears and eyes of your army. In night fighting, then make much use of signal fires and drums, and in fighting by day, of flags and banners as means of influencing the ears and eyes of your army. Communicate appropriately. Always use appropriate communication tools for different people in different environments. Appropriate communications with your spouse, kids, boss, or coworkers can deepen your connections to others, build greater trust and respect, and improve teamwork, problem solving, and your overall social and emotional health. I will not get an electric vehicle unless it is a drone. Hi, Miss Dina. What's up, girlfriend? Yeah, gas is expensive here. Shout it out, Miss Dina. Preparation is power. Whatever you do in life, it is essential to make a plan. All plans should begin with a careful assessment of all circumstances involved. The point of this is the information this process will give you. Ask around, get help for the appropriate people. Arming yourself with the relevant intel will allow you to alter your plans accordingly. Sun Tzu said, he will win who prepared himself, waits to take the enemy unprepared. Oh, are you live on Facebook? Let's go test you out. Let's see. I don't see anything live for you, Miss Dina. Are you live on YouTube? I don't see you live. Are you live? Hang on, Dina. I'm going to share my screen. This is what I'm seeing. And usually when you go live, the live will pop up under your For You thing. On Facebook or YouTube? I don't see you live, Mama. Okay. It Dana, is it on the official We Not Me or on yours? Um, oh, okay. Um, so Miss Dina, here's what you need to do. I'll stop my sharing. When you go into Zoom, you need to go to the more with the dots. It's going to look like it's going to say live stream. And then it'll have options, Facebook, YouTube, whatever have you. And you're going to press YouTube. You're going to link it to the email, We Not Me email, and then it's going to connect. It's a little different from Rumble. Hi, Blazing. So in Zoom, if you go to more, there's it'll have captions, docs, notes, whiteboards, and then there's live stream, and the whole window will pop up next to it. And you should see if you have options there to go live. You have to link your Zoom to YouTube. Um, Walk me through the process, Chica. Hi, Blazing. You still not live. I'm refreshing too. I don't see you live. Were you doing a live today, Dina? Are you? Oh, restream. Mm. Let me hang on. Hang on, Miss Allison is gonna think about where you connect. So if you want to, I can't. Languages, community, analytics, content, settings. No, it's not in settings. You need to connect Restream and YouTube if you haven't done that already. So like if I were to go, it's like kind of like Rumble where you have to go back and forth with the codes. You see yourself on YouTube. Okay, let me go back. Okay, hang on. You want me to do, I'll do it on my phone. We're double dipping. We're double dipping. No. too, if you haven't done that already. I'm like black and white. So like if I were to Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. I see myself right here. You're live on Restream. That's the thing. You're live on Restream. You're not live on YouTube. I figure it out later. I want to interrupt you. No, you're good. We're having fun. Oh, shut up, Buckshot. But it says I'm live. Yes, you're live on Restream, but you haven't streamed. Are you streaming on Rumble? Are you trying to multi-stream? Um, So to make the restream, did you have codes? That's so. Oh, is that where that's where you're live at. Yeah, but your channel is not showing you live. See? What's on the oh, that's the banner. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, guys. No, I don't see you live. Uh-oh, it X'd me out. Oh no. Am I still there? Oh no, it disconnected. Oh no. Oh my gosh. The insanity. Um I know Restream is not the easiest avenue. I know Turn the Page with Janine uses Restream or with the other stuff. So there's like a lot of codes you need to like plug into the system to branch it. And that's what she needs to do is when she wants to go live on YouTube, she has to plug in um coordinates, codes so that she can go live. It did show that she was live though. Well, I'm not joking, see? That's Dina's head. It's so weird. See, it had it on YouTube that she was live. So bizarre, but it's not showing up on the website. So weird. Oh, no. Hmm. Interesting. She can, Ashmaya, but when you use Restream is like where a lot of the truthers or influencers will go from Twitch, YouTube, Rumble, Facebook. You can I don't have the Rumble option, but I can do Twitch and Facebook and YouTube all at once. But for Restream, it does that all automatically for you. So you do it through Restream, not Zoom. So she was not on Zoom. That's why I was getting confused. But she's using Restream. And oddly enough, though, like on this picture she sent me, um, it doesn't have the YouTube stuff. It like obviously it's from a Restream, but I don't see the YouTube things that I would normally would see to help her out. But yeah, chicken! Monkey butt. Um, yeah, I don't mind helping a friend. uh, it's so weird though. It really is. It's really weird. I don't know why it's not working. Um, I don't know. I might have to go over there tomorrow. I like monkey butt because monkey butt is adorable, and Charlene made monkey butt for me. She made it for the kids, but the kids, I don't know if I was going back, so I took everything and to wash it. Kids are gross. A lot of that going on. Um, Dina, there's somewhere in Restream. It's just like Rumble, you got to put codes in. I know that much. I've never used Restream myself, but I know with YouTube, you have to give the encoding to Restream to use it, if that makes sense. And I think it might be a one-time thing. Oh, you're fine. If I'm not busy bee tomorrow, I'll stop by and play um and help you figure that out. Let's hey I'm not gonna lie, Janine had a problem yesterday with Restream. I'm not gonna lie, she had a lot of problems yesterday. Nobody's having no. This morning there was a bit of an issue on Restream, but nothing nuts. I like to use down detector for certain things. But Bob, the restream is to stream. Let's say Jason wants to stream on YouTube and Rumble at the same time. You can't do that necessarily because they require different codes. So There is a way to set it up on Zoom to do it, but if they're doing Restream, it should be like one code, one spot hits everything, and it should go boom. It shouldn't have to be pluck over here and pluck over there, and bingo had his name-o. So yeah, yeah, she could go live on YouTube directly off the Zoom. Um, that's if the Zoom, I think it's the one I have, and it should work. But to make a for me, I have a hard time still figuring out how to do the coding that I can schedule a live off of Zoom to YouTube with like a thumbnail and everything. I tried doing that several times and it fails. So I just go live. I just go to Zoom and press live and it goes. And then I fill everything in after the fact. You do need something. So if I were using my phone, I could do YouTube live from my phone. If I were to try to go live on my laptop, I don't know if it works. It needs something else to help open up the volume and the weird. Oh, Dina, we pulled 1717. Self-reliance. Time has come to rely on your knowledge, your wisdom, and your ambition. You have an important soul mission and life purpose. That's for all of you. Leaning on your inner strength will allow more of your path to unfold ahead. As I take the leadership of my life brings a flow of good fortune and good blessings. Let's go check. Home, home on the range. Uh, the official We Not Me home of Jason Q. I don't see you live there. Let's go check Facebook. You are live on Facebook. Dina is live on Facebook. Yes. I will show you. You are live on Facebook. Live on Facebook. You did it. You did it. One. I see you. Dina's live on Facebook. Okay, well, you got to figure out YouTube. I love how you say sorry, Mom. Well, at least you're live on my channel.
Why didn't it show up on Facebook? That's weird. Or I'm not Facebook, YouTube. Okay. Yeah. Oh, and Rumble. Oh, Rumble. I clicked the button to Rumble. Sorry, Mom. Well, you know.
All right, now let's go check Rumble for you.
Okay, so where do I go? We Not Me Rumble. But it doesn't.
No, I don't see you live on Rumble.
That is we. Okay, live. There's no live there. But I did. Where did the Facebook button go? Oh, wait.
All right, now let's go check Rumble for you.
Okay, so where do I go? We Not Me Rumble. Yeah, but it's not. It's not there, Allie.
I don't see you live on Rumble.
Yeah, I don't either. That is weird. Okay. Is it this one? Oh, it's the other We Not Me channel.
Oh,
Yeah, it's the lowercase one, that has
yes.
4,029 subscribers. It's there. Ah, Kelly, there's people. Oh my God, I need help. Okay, wait a second. Let me.
Turber's on, Kelly's on.
Magic Bird, Turber. Hi guys.
I got you live on Facebook.
Hi guys. Yes, 4,020. I'm testing shit out. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I'm trying to figure out this new restream. So we could multi-stream. Sorry, I have Allie in my hand and I have okay. Uh, love you, Miss Allie. Thank you, thank you. Mwah, 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 mwah.
Oh my gosh. And then you see how that was the pain, the growing pains of doing all of that for her during the year of We Not Me's beginnings, figuring it out. That right there is insane. But I'm glad she got one of them figured out, two of them. You two might be the challenge, for sure. But that's exciting. I'm glad. Yay. 1717. So yeah, they're back and forth, just testing stuff out. And thank you all for going over there and helping Dina verifying stuff. You guys are awesome. And for any of the people that are out there that don't know about We Not Me, um, go check it out. It's not everybody's cup of tea, but that's my buddy right there. So we help our buddies out. Though I will say that his mission is not done yet, and that spiritual stuff is going to fly eventually. So yeah. I wonder if there's another We Not Me that's what it's streaming on. I don't know. So interesting to say the least. Um This is very hard to read. I want to say this is preparation. 143. Life is filled with phases. The whisper is telling you to prepare for the unexpected and allow change to pass through with this sense of peace. That's what I'm trying to do right now. Financial and creative changes are upon you. My dreams and desires are coming to fruition, bringing change that I welcome with an open heart and mind. Roger, I gotta help her out. I might be on there too tomorrow watching the parade, just to watch it, just to have an eyes, perception. 1414, possibilities. Building strong foundations creates sensibility and welcomes in possibilities. All possibilities exist and are amplified when gratitude is felt for the foundations that are in place. I am grateful for all that is and all that will be. I trust in the possibilities of what I desire or something greater. Greater, greater, greater. No, I'm grateful for all of you. Destiny. 111. Follow what you feel. Listen as your intuition helps to guide you to what you are manifesting. The inner whispers are helping you to create all that is that you desire. My intuition is broken at that point then. Listen, learn in, and follow your soul. Life is always happening for me. I am allowing myself to lean into what feels good. That I am doing. But I was outside grounding yesterday and being really silent with myself and not thinking and just the blank sheet of paper. If you ever want to silence your brain and quiet, one of the best techniques that I use that works for me is the blank piece of paper. Or you can think about a feather and just watching it free fall, but it never ends, it never lands. But just watching it, it quiets your head and the monkey mind of intrusive thoughts. If you focus on that and your breath, you can get into the silence really quick. Takes time though to develop that. That is a real big skill. Have a good one, Miss Wendy. If I don't see you back, feel better. That is a real deal skill that a lot of people don't have harnessed. A lot of times I will suggest to people to listen to guided meditations first, get a taste for sitting. And I would, if you're just starting out meditating, don't do those hour-long meditations. Don't do it. Just don't do it. Guided meditations, you have to build your muscles for it. It's meditation is not for everybody. But you can get into a meditative state by painting, washing dishes, cleaning your house. You can get in a meditative state at any point. Just zoning out. That's really meditation. But if you want meaning and depth into your meditation, take small leaps. I've been meditating for years. It takes me time to go into a trance. It takes me a long time to get into trance. So it isn't easy. I have Dina on in the background and it's really funny. But meditation is something that if you have the capacity to hone in, And El Sunray, here's the thing that I found out because I used to do that, and I still sometimes do. If I fall asleep, it was meant to be. My body needed that rest. And if I am listening to some, that's why I like sleep meditations that Brian Scott does, because I could fall asleep. I'm still getting the information subconsciously. That's how I'm trying to undo my blockages is sleep meditations. Like I'll put it on and it's on for 8 hours. And for 8 hours, this brain of mine that is sleeping but is still listening is getting all the frequency and all the words that it needs to hear. Oh, that's why I love sitting in my bed. Yeah, I did that yesterday. I went home and I sat in my backyard and I went up against my tree and I communed with the tree and my feet were on the grass sitting and just kumbayaing and listening to the birds. It was beautiful. I got really good into the silence then, but when I ask, the intention of my questions that I need the universe to answer for me, I don't get anything. And it's not because they're being silent. They're speaking through the cards. And do I really need to know like the direction? Not so much. That's not what I'm expecting because I don't know what to expect, right? The only thing I would like to know is what direction I need to take myself in. Do I need to look over here at different types of jobs that I would be better suited for? I don't know. Should I be working remotely? Should I be coaching? Should I be an intuitive spiritual coach? I don't. My heart is not leading me anywhere in particular because I'm happy doing this. This is what I'm happy doing. This is my highest excitement. I'm excited being here. I love coming live. This is, excuse me, what I like look forward to every day is doing videos. I love doing this. This is my highest excitement. Um, but ah, I'm doing the coaching now. And that the thing that I still to this day fight myself over is because I am appointed like all of you. I'm no different, but I'm like an agent of Source. I'm working with Source for Source at this moment, like most of us are. I don't want to charge to give advice that I give it freely here. I got a big butt and I cannot lie. If I offer those services, I do that anyway through the cards. I do oracle readings. I mean, should I rebrand it and say life coach? You know, I don't know. I don't have a degree. I don't have a certificate, a piece of paper validating that I know what I'm doing. And that's the thing too, like working out of a metaphysical shop, like you need some sort of credentials. I can't wait for this paradigm to collapse because in my reality, you don't need credentials. If you're doing it, walking it, breathing it, it should be automatic. There shouldn't be any ifs, ands, or buts. They cannot lie. When other brothers get the nah. We have Raguel. Waves of healing. Be open and vulnerable, as this will initiate healing and harmonious resolution. We have Raziel, the inner workings. There are hidden truths below the surface. Dig deeper. You know what I do have to dig up? The poison hemlock all over my backyard that I had no idea until Tuesday's live. I saw like 10-foot thing in my backyard in the hole the way in the back. I'm like, oh, that's poison hemlock. Oh, it's now like everywhere I'm seeing. The school system here in Indiana does not value its workers. As I couldn't get a loan because I'm a seasonal worker. I can't get unemployment because I'm a seasonal worker. I can't get food stamps because I own my home and because I can loan against it, but no, I can't because I blocked with the job that I have. This wouldn't happen if I took this and lived in New York, but then I would have flipped out, transcended, anaphylactic shock. Yes, experience can't be twisted, but we're still in a paradigm where you need to show credentials to show that. And that's like what the situation I'm in with the art teaching. I have 10 years of actual experience in a classroom. I have thousands of hours of professional development under my belt in things that I was never taught in school, like curriculum and how to apply a curriculum. I know how to handle children in a classroom. That's the experience I have, plus life skills. And I have a degree and I'm a working functional artist. It's not like I sat on my talent and did nothing with it. Like I'm creative. I create all the time. Oh, it's fine. Dina. You're loved too. Silly goose. Are you still on Rumbles? I see Jason's face. Oh my God. Is that your plan tomorrow, Miss Dina? It's to use Restream for tomorrow. We have Amethyst, Metamorphosis. You are in a vortex of deep transformation, damn straight. Surrender to the process that's unfolding. I'm surrendered at this point, but I still in my third dimensional brain is still okay. How do you manifest? You have to put action into motion to have a cause and effect. So if I just sit idly by, I'm not going to get anywhere. I'm not having things manifest because I'm not drawing the attraction point to those things. And if I sit idly by, I'm going to waste away and not be able to pay my bills. Coffee is the best. So it's a double-edged sword there. It's a double-edged sword. And in many ways, what I think a lot of us desire is for, the happy ending of the movie happening tomorrow. We all, I think at some soul level, like when I was a kid, I basically knew deep down, didn't want it to manifest, but deep down had a knowing that both my parents were going to be gone before I hit my middle 30s. And I said before 30. One did manifest that way, the other one 34. I always had that innate knowing. Growing up, I was able to handle their deaths in a mature manner because of that knowing. And I think within all of us collectively, what's happening on the outside of our movie right now, we have been knowing that things are going to turn out okay. We just don't know what it looks like and how it's going to be projected out in the hologram. I really do hope that the ending of this movie is at its climax. We're at like a 1990s and 1980s like action film. Uh and we're in the middle of watching this insanity, like so excited. Oh, is the bad guys gonna win or the good guys? What's gonna happen? And I think that's where we're at. I would hope so. What's that stupid movie? There's so many good ones from that time. Like, oh man, if I remember the movie name that I'm thinking of, Die Hard, like the Christmas, non-Christmas movie. Uh, like that was exciting back then. And we all kind of knew the good guys were going to win, but we didn't know how. We didn't know what it looked like. So I'm hoping that the tomorrow is a climax of something positive. I'm really hoping that it plays out the way it's supposed to and innocents are fine. Yes. But I mean, like, when we watched that movie, when it came out, it was like, what is going on? Right? And now we're in a movie witnessing like stuff we're not a part of, but we're like the backdrop people in the movie. And we don't know what to expect, but it's unfolding in our lives. Maybe there's something that pivots tomorrow that will pivot me into a different sort of change because things get and nothing will happen to anybody and your bills won't need to be owed because the world stops. Who knows? But what I do know is in the now moment, it's kind of hard not to think about, how are you paying for things tomorrow? You know, I'm lucky that I get help from certain people, here and there. I'm not asking for it all the time. I'm very grateful and I have a lot of appreciation to the people that help me um out in whatever way that they can. It's just, I'm like, how much harder do I need to push for things and I don't want to force anything. That's the thing. Bob, I got that earlier. We didn't have it that bad, but um it was annoying. Like I'm glad I mowed my lawn. I forgot when I mowed my lawn. Tuesday? I don't remember. I hope so too, El Sunray, because this is like deep down, I know many of us know, okay, the light wins. We know this already. We kind of understand this. We have a knowing. I feel it. I just don't like the deception that's being played in between. I don't like it. It's not something I prefer. I don't like when people are lied to or there is something that's hidden behind the scenes for reasons that I don't think is valid. And that's just my thinking. Um, but most of us know something good is going to come to humanity. It's just a matter of when. And at some point, the struggle is real on so many fronts. We were talking about gas prices and stuff. We're still bitching about this stuff 8 years later. I was fortunate to be working during his presidency in New York that I didn't have those struggles until this hit and the world changed. I didn't have those kinds of struggles working. I worked, I was happy. I didn't have any of those issues. I was able to pay my bills and property tax. I was able to get on with my life. I had no issue. But then everything was ripped away from me. And where's the lesson? I learned it, kind of. But I'm on repeat for a reason. Or I'm being taken out of where I'm at because I'm divinely appointed somewhere else. It's just where is that appointment and where do I need to be going? And of course my heart's always with the kids. One of the archangels that I don't know if is still working with me, but worked with me heavily. Not Metatron, Sandalphon worked with me a lot. Metatron and Sandalphon, sacred connection, synchronicity, divine connection, understanding lessons. Hmm. And I know in a lot of the astrology, a lot of us are going to find a divine counterpart, which would then for me mean that we are already on 4D level side and staying there. We're not shifting back to 3. We're physically 3, but I always said if I didn't find my husband in the 3D, third dimensional realm, that I was going to do it after the shift. Are we shifting? I mean, we're all shifting at different time spaces, but I mean, the major humanity shift, and then it's up to you to raise your frequency and your consciousness to be along with everybody else. Yes. Yes, Sparky. Yes. The woman, I may go to a Stargate meditation tomorrow morning. Um, she's having the same problems as I'm having, but she owns her business. She has like her doctorate in spirituality. I didn't even know that was a thing. But she's an amazing human being. And she's having the same, like when we and her talked the last time I went to the meditation, she's having the same thing. She's having the same process happening. Like you're already up there, but you're living in 3D. Everything you think about, you want to manifest and you let it go into the universe. It's not calming down. It's not manifesting. And you're in this in-between void of being stuck of like, what the comes next? Because I don't know. And I'm in that, I'm in the middle of the month. How are my bills at the end of the month getting paid? And then I have to worry about that the next 2.5 months because July, August, and if I go back to my job in August, I don't get paid until September. So I got to worry about the next 3 months. You see, and I think the collective is like, I think a lot of people are talking about 2027, but they said the same thing about 2021, 2020, 2024. Everything's going to happen in 2025. And I don't buy the numbers anymore. I don't buy the calendar anymore. I don't buy time anymore. Today doesn't feel like a Friday for me. I know it's Friday, like obviously here we are, but I don't feel it. Um, and what are we waiting for? That's something that I want that I've been semi-pushing. If we want the change, we have to do the work now, not in 2026, not in 2027. If the alien beings are supposed to like decloak themselves so that we can see their true form, most of us can see them already, or at least feel them. Do I care about them? They're me. I am them. Hi. Take me on your ship. Get me the fuck off this rock. You know, you're not going to help me from up there, then you better come down here and help us. Uh, I don't care how many people channel the beings up there. I'm happy that they do, and I resonate with a lot with it. But I'm not, I don't, the future is fluid. I'm reading the Holographic Universe, and in that book, I'm almost done with it. It talks about like how the present is kind of the past is pretty much not set necessarily, because what you do in your present moment can heal the past. And then it plays out in the other parallel universe, time, space differently. When you're in thinking the future, it is fluid because you have timelines to choose from what you want to experience. But even that is not a set in stone ideal. It's up to you and the collective consciousness to start bridging in higher density things so that we can experience it sooner than later. All is supposed to happen in divine orchestration, but even that's fluid. Change is inevitable. It happens every day. It happens all the time. It's happening now. Change is always happening. We've seen this, that has changed the course of, well, it's supposed to happen because these numbers add up, and because this adds up, and that adds up, and this adds up, and that adds up, and then it doesn't happen. And then you get to another milepost, and that doesn't happen. And but the numbers add up, but then it doesn't happen. And I think a lot of us got off that merry-go-round of expectation, because when you expect something, it isn't going to manifest the way you want it to. And I think that's what Roger was alluding to about when you want to manifest something, let it go and not have expectations on it, because you never know what it's going to actually appear as. The same thing with spirit. They're going to send you symbols. Are you aware of them or not is up to you to decide. And how you interpret those symbols is a whole nother gamut. That's one of the major reasons why I didn't go down south. Bob, because I like my 4 seasons. I like the changing of the leaves. And I know it happens down south, but not to the extent that it happens up north. And even by you, when the leaves change and you're in the mountainous regions, it is breathtaking. We have Horus, manifestation vortex. Belief makes manifest. Thoughts attract and create. But it's on God's time. Caveat there. Michael and Faith, spiritual calling. The alarms are going off, guys. I didn't put that on, but divine protection breakthrough moment. Well, let's hope a lot of us have our breakthrough moments. But okay, this is upstairs. But I will say, whatever you choose to put your attention to tomorrow, if it's watching the parade, if it's watching the riots, if it's watching whatever, please put some peace and harmonious balance into the fold of energy in your system tomorrow. if you're watching, Jason tomorrow, I know a lot of us will be there on We Not Me. That was Dina get earlier. For those of you who don't know Dina, many of us are going to be on that channel. Whatever we are being fed and watched, don't absorb it, don't feel it. Go inside in a harmonious balance. The scales of justice. If you imagine the scales, let the scales come down in your head, and let's balance and give strength and peace and prayer to those out there fighting for what they feel in their heart space, whether it's right or wrong. There is no right or wrong. It's perception. I hope one day I have to take a vacation. I haven't had a real one. I was 8 years old and went to Disneyland with my parents, and I got brutally sick. And that was the one and only vacation I really went on as a child. I don't consider going to Atlantic City with my parents for their amusement and me having to go and be tagged along a vacation. Although I will say, my parents did take me to the arcade. I didn't get to go on the beach because my parents were not beachy people. I did get to walk the boardwalk and go into the souvenir shops. Those are happy memories, but that wasn't vacation. And I don't consider going to friends' weddings in Florida and other spots vacation either, because it was because of a function and not because I needed rest. Although I will say I had a lot of fun in Daytona. I like Daytona. And I do like Scottsdale, Arizona. My aunt used to live there before I stopped talking to her. Or she stopped talking to me, one or the other. I love me my bears, but I don't know how happy I would see. Well, that's why I stopped doing just about everything, because I can't afford it. That's right. Speak it loud and clear, Miss Sparky. Archangel Christine, accept the Christ light. Act with wisdom and love and compassion. You see that, Christine? Oh, I don't know if that was a light or an orb. The Christ light. Hold it in your heart. Scottsdale is like my aunt. I don't know what part of Scottsdale my aunt lived in, but I went there when I was 15 and 16. My cousin's bat mitzvah and my cousin's bar mitzvah. I went there, and then I went by myself to hang out with them for a little bit. I loved it. I loved it. I went out there for my cousin's wedding. I went pew-pewing at the range. That was really fun. But I had to go out of Scottsdale. I had to take a nice drive. I don't remember exactly where. And then we went to Tempe. Um, yeah, Scottsdale's really nice. But I like, again, I didn't go on vacations. I went because I had obligations. And at the time of my cousin's wedding, I was the one driving the rental car with a mother that couldn't get into the vehicle because she couldn't lift her legs up to get into the SUV because we needed an SUV. And that's all they had available. That was so much fun. That was fun. Not. But I was happy that I had a rental that I could drop my mother off at my aunt's house and then I could go and have fun on my own and drive around Arizona. We have Archangel Raphael. See with enlightened eyes, open to abundance. Always. Archangel Purlamic. I don't know if I'm saying that one right. Let nature soothe you, serve the natural kingdom. Yeah, but parties are fun. I mean, I had fun at my cousin's wedding, but I also got to go pew-pewing. Um, their steak and barbecue houses out there are fantastic. I went on like three Indian reservations to go vibe with that. It was great. Um, I had a lot of fun. It's not out of the possibility that I would go back again. It's just a pain in the tushy. Sky Harbor Airport is a pain in the booty. So is Atlanta's. Chicken! Buck buck. Chicken. Buck buck. Two chickens. Buck buck. Okay, there it goes. I was gonna do monkey butt next. Um, but my aunt and my uncle moved to a 55 and over community in Virginia, close to DC. My cousin is a doctor in microbiology and she works in DC. So they moved back to the East Coast semi. Oh, look at all you go with your XP points. Hi, Em. What are you having for supper? What did I eat today? Ritz crackers. I wasn't, again, I'm not that hungry. I'm more, I watched Alexander Quinn with the Antares being close to the moon and the full moon and the spikes that we had during the week. I'm more thirsty than anything else. I had a lot of water today. Obviously, I'm not drinking my water. I'm drinking my coffee, still made with water. So, I mean, as much as these cards have meaning for me, I hope they're having meaning for you. Oh, that sounds delicious. I'm excited. My lettuce in my backyard is growing. I can't wait to be able to take some of that lettuce and eat it. And then my elderberry bush is starting to berry. My raspberry bush hasn't berried yet, and neither I think my blueberry bush is finally popping up. Um, I might have a tomato plant growing, maybe, but I got lettuce going, so that's a bonus. We see that you are on the brink of a breakthrough that you have been patiently been waiting for. A situation is about to come full circle. The lessons have been learned. This is a win-win situation for you. Trust that we are working behind the scenes to ensure the best outcome for you. I sure damn hope so. Instead of pushing yourself so hard, stop, breathe, and reevaluate. You're doing enough, even if it doesn't feel like it is. Don't wear yourself out to the point of exhaustion. It is not worth it. Balance your time more wisely. And that's what I've been doing. I've been a little on the obsessive side, looking at job sites and going to people's like the actual websites, the stores that I'm interested in working in. And I kind of stopped doing that. I'm taking a breath and going, okay, the universe has to do something. I have to allow it. So I've been kind of like taking a breath. Oh no. So right before I came downstairs to go live, I went upstairs to make coffee because I've been down here. I poured some epoxy and was getting the Oracle card straightened out. And I see little Thor just chilling outside. He gives me this, where is my food, bitch? Look. And I went back to putting the dry food outside. Um, I don't leave it out there. I took it in because of the bugs. So he came back for food, and him and Freya, I have a video I'm posting tomorrow. Him and Freya got along. I left the screen door cracked, and they didn't hiss or hit each other today. We're making progress there. But I have in the back of my so the first raised bed is my berry bushes. So I have the elderberry tree, raspberry, and blueberry. Then I have a bed behind it that I did plant last year and nothing ever came to it. Behind that one is my tomatoes. To the side of that was my cucumbers. And these are raised beds. And then there's a long one that I have my herbs in. So my sage is like exploding. Sage is like, hi, I'm here for cleansing. And I have mint with catnip. And I deliberately did that because of the smells all conjoining. I was like, oh, it's going to come and propel out with the wind and the bugs are going to go bye-bye. No. Then I have my lettuce, and then my other beds, I have my like other herbs, and then the rest lettuce. And then the front one, I had melons, but the melons never came. I am hopefully see my problem is if I trap little Thor, I don't have enough money to go to the vet to get him fixed or looked at because it's like $500 to get him a whole workup if he has parasites. And yes, I've been giving him and colloidal silver. Yes, but I need him chopped. He needs to be snippy pooed. And in order for him to get snippy pooed, they have to do all that work on him. And that's every vet out here. That's I called around obviously I could take him to any one of these places that just do the neutering and spading, but you have to prove or present vaccination stuff. The stray capture and release thing, they're not necessarily in my area. Oh yeah, that's why I know I have raccoons for that. And I also had baby possums. I love possums and they could stay in my backyard all day. They eat the ticks. They're welcomed on my land. They can get a little nasty. I used to encounter possums in New York all the time and skunks. Skunks in New York. I don't see skunks here. Hmm. Skunks. Seriously, Staten Island was like a festive school of forestry. There was otters. I had a swampy like lake thing by my house. There was otters there. Um, deer, skunks, coyotes, all on an island. There was a bear. There's a lot of animals on New York. Over here, I'm like, okay, there's a deer here and there. They're in the creek. I get feral cats and raccoons and possums. I love skunks. Just they have to be descented. Otherwise, love them. They're so cute. Love it. Um, they're hysterical, but I don't see them around here. I see a lot of hawks, um, birds everywhere, bunny rabbits. I only had one bunny rabbit in my backyard for a little bit, Bun Bun. Um, but the possums can stay. I love possums, and they're really freaking stinking cute when they're babies. But the raccoons are adorable too, but they're nasty. The ones around here. I had three last year that was coming around for food, and like Jason, I would feed them all the way in the back of my property. But then they encroached on Little Thor's stuff, and there was like fighting and everything. So I stopped leaving food outside. But if I want to take Little Thor in, I need to have the funds to be able to get him fixed and looked at. Because that's another reason why after Odin's passing, I don't know where Odin got his FIP from or if he carried it within him, whatever have you. I don't want that for Freya. Odin was only 3 years old. And I know the pet psychic and everything said, it was meant to be. But I don't want little Thor giving her some kind of crazy insanity that I can't afford to fix. And I'm back at zero. Can't do it. So I want to make sure that if he is, wanting to come in and stay in, that he's fixed and he is not going to get Freya sick or him sick. I don't want him hurt either. You know, back in my heyday, um, oh yeah, skunks. Hmm. Anything that's going to eat ticks, I'm all for. And I find ugly animals that most people find ugly, like adorable, like pugs. Those dogs are so hideous, but they're adorable. Sloths. They have the weirdest heads. They're the cutest things in my eyes. I love sloths. They're my favorite. Yeah, I was a little shocked when I had the mom in my garden storage that she wasn't out to attack me. Um, I I don't know what happened to the bowl, but I left a bowl of food in there for the babies and her. The bowl is missing, gone, done. Don't know where it is. And now seeing the poison hemlock all over my yard, you have to get out and get that out, like done, clear, get away from me. Um, I'm not happy about that, but that also can affect animals. So I don't want any animals harmed, even if I'm not a fan of them. Trust yourself more. Know that you are in the right place at the right time. Opportunities will present themselves to you when they are meant to, all in divine timing. Get excited about the future again instead of fearing it. I would love to have that family and be in a nice house. If not this one, another nice house with a family and playing a role that I've always wanted to play and be a step mommy. That's a dream of mine. Oh, I love foxes too. I actually am upset. I was supposed to go to a wolf reservation, like a reserve. There's one I think in Pennsylvania I wanted to go to and never got to go. But I would love to be with the wolves. Um, this morning during Janine's show, I had a lot of toning in my ear. Like I'm like, ha 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 ha. Yeah, I had a lot of that. Did she figure it out? I might have to go there tomorrow and help figure it out with her. I'm pretty good with that. And I don't know restream from my ass, but oh yeah, true, absolutely. Trust me. I'm not a fan of certain animals. Where is she live on? Did she figure out YouTube? Did she? On YouTube? I still don't see her live. Oh, she just ended it. Okay. I don't know why it doesn't show up like it does on my page. Yeah, that I know. I was on weird. Dina was I had Dina live as we were doing lives. It was really funny. Yeah, YouTube has the only platform that I've seen literally YouTube run smoothly is Zoom. The other stuff I don't see it glitches a lot. But otherwise, I know when I try to connect, like put up a banner and say, "Oh, I'm going to be live," and set like a show. If I do it through Zoom, it doesn't work. I have to go directly to my thing, and the codes don't work for whatever the reason is. However, I'm live. I don't care. You know, most people watch me after the fact. We always get these same angels. I swore we pulled the same ones last Friday. Azure, your desired outcome will occur in the very near future. Have patience and faith. Don't try to force it to happen. Grace and Antoinette, I swear we pulled these. To heal the situation, see the other person's point of view with compassion. Isaiah, it's a good time to give birth to new ideas and situations in your life. I am watching over you, guiding you, and protecting you during these changes. And now I'm going to look at the Schumann resonance for Mr. Pace. Um, your ears toning makes sense. If you look right here, there's a large spike all the way down. So that's probably why your ears are toning. It's it's a tiny one, but it's a long one. I am happy I have raccoons in my backyard because they're adorable and I name them. And they're all Norse named. Like last year I had Ragnar, Floki, and Bjorn Ironside. And then the females, I named Mama Lagatha. And I don't know if they were boys or girls, so I named it Sigurd. And what was the other one? I don't remember what I named the other one. Scaldy? Maybe? No. There's only two babies and one mama. Our frequencies are still sitting at 7.86. And like a week ago, we're at 8.08. So I don't know what's going on. And this morning we had a lot of energy coming in. I mean, um, do they get through your chicken wire? That's what I have chicken wire that I put up for the tomatoes and the cucumbers because I had the deer come in and eat. If they're going in the creek, they jump right over my fence. I've seen the raccoons also eat some of my stuff. But I use neem oil. I spray neem oil. Well, Mr. Pace, maybe you need a fence. I wish I can get apples up here. I mean, there is an apple orchard in the next town over. I'm hoping me and Dina get to go this fall. Yes, they do. I had three good plush tomatoes just about ripe to pick, and they ate it. One bite. It was so annoying. I love corn, by the way. It's one of my favorites. It doesn't do anything for you, but it's my favorite. It flushes your colon out. How's that? I have a mulberry tree at the back of my property that was there, so and that's berrying. Last year it didn't berry. My mulberry bush last year did not berry. I was a little upset about that. I mean, that's why they're called trash pandas. Trash pandas. I don't know why I went on Facebook to read some crap. Mm, mm. Happy Friday the 13th. It's Jason day. Okay, so Bob, the last day of school, I was with the older kids for a little bit and they were watching Alvin and the Chipmunks, the AI version where they look all real. It was adorable, by the way. Um and it's really funny because when you go up to people and go, ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah, even though that wasn't a real Alvin and Chipmunk song, you know. Face your financial fears. I tried. When you are honest with yourself about fears of success or failure, they can no longer control you. Be free of hidden fears by exposing them to the light of awareness, and you'll realize that you, in fact, have nothing to fear, and that every successful person has struggled with and released these self doubts. That doesn't help me pay my bills, though, does it? Not a fear. Dreams of abundance, as that falls out of my hand. As you sleep, God, your angels, and your higher self are giving you divinely guided ideas, answers, and solutions. Well, let me remember my dreams and my ideas. Be sure to record your dreams in a journal. That's if you remember them, because they contain valuable insights that will help you manifest your desires into reality. And I'm not being precocious with that, I'm being realistic. I don't necessarily remember my dreams. Yes. Yes. What was his name? I want to say Kane Hodder. Um, yeah, these really muscular, tall men play Jason, and they're really good looking. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Um, that's one thing that a lot of people don't know that I can tolerate gore. I don't know what happened if I'm desensitized to it from whatever, but I can watch horror movies all day long. My mother was freaking confused at why would I like stuff like that. And I don't know who Alvin was. They were little chipmunks animated on the screen, but they looked like real. It was cute. It was a latest version of Alvin and Chipmunks. Um, I could do gore really well, believe it or not. Um, I mean, I did date a funeral director, and my best friend is a funeral director. Saw movies was a psychological there once you have it in your mind that it's fake and it's all fake, hi eclectic, then you don't really look at it as, oh my God. I have seen insanity in my life. My one of my exes used to have a cinema review website, and he did lives and did podcasts and stuff back in the day. And reviewed a lot of like Japanese. They're sick individuals. Their stuff is very gory. I have seen it all of it. Doesn't faze me. Let go of guilt. When you allow your light to shine brightly, you inspire others. Forgive yourself for what you think you've done or not done, and trust that God loves you unconditionally for who you are. Learn and grow from past mistakes instead of berating yourself for them. Hi. Oh, Scott. Pace. I got my friend sent me the Answer Universe deck. So this has yes and no or those questions. As we were talking about cute animals, let's get back onto mushy stuff. Although I will say this to be funny but not funny. If anybody listens to heavy metal and knows about Simple Torah, Refuse Resist video, I hope someone is playing that in their earbuds. It gets you amped. I'm a big Freddy fan. Love me some Freddy. I think Freddy, the original Nightmare on Elm Street, I have the whole box set. And Dream Warriors were my favorites. The other ones were like, I have the succession of which ones were my. But like, I'm very desensitized to horror, that genre. I swear I'm pulling the same cards as last week. Okay, we got some different ones, but we have a lot of the same. I love ice cream. And I did not get to Cold Stone because it is a bit of a drive to get to Cold Stone. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I welcome you again. So I have gauged holes that I don't want to take this earring out, but when I put this, I mean, it's small enough and it fits, but there it goes. Um, so at a time of a transition for me, when I left the YMCA, I was living off of like 6 months of all my time I saved up and everything. A lot of people were like, why don't you go be a house cleanser and go to people and cleanse their houses? Them effers like to come along with me, even though I can cut the cord and say goodbye, adios. Nope. They still like to follow me. Um, I don't like to put myself in that kind of warfare often, unless I'm doing it because I'm afraid for someone's life. Yeah, I don't know. I'm an empath. I'm like I had Koa, however you pronounce it, empath. Like I'm heavily tapped into people, but for some reason I'm very desensitized to gore and horror movies. And I think because I know it's fake. Like I know I had friends in FX makeup and obviously in my real life I've seen some things that I probably should have never been exposed to as a child and also as an adult. Um, I think life experience makes you desensitized. It's sad to say, but it's stuff where if I were to work in a hospital or work in trauma or I would be fine with it because people do get mangled and hurt in a lot of different capacities, and if you can't handle and stomach that stuff, it's not a good job for you. But in living in New York and having to see people on the street get like shot and different things happening and people's you know limbs missing, I've seen that too in person. You kind of run over and say, can I help you, and not go, okay, after making that statement, the first card I am not reading first. White Raven Spirit. Trust in the magic. I love my ravens. Giraffe Spirit. See the bigger picture. See the big picture. And on Facebook, I saw a chiropractor working on a giraffe's neck, and the giraffe was just so happy after he got adjusted. Oh my God. So cute. Wolf spirit. Turn knowledge into wisdom. Mouse spirit, tend to the small things. Oh no. Vulture spirit. Vulture. Nothing is wasted. I used to tattoo back in my 20s. So needles don't bother me. And I also used to have an auto injector to inject my own self with medicine. So IV treatments and needles don't bother me. Tattoo needles don't bother me. Nothing that way bothers me. I had epidurals. I had it all. Doesn't bother me. Yeah, the pain sucks, but I can handle it. I love giraffes. They're so cute. Like the chiropractor was like they were obviously in a building, and obviously the giraffe was like story 3 or something, and the chiropractor was like holding its face and then like cracking its neck, and then the giraffe was getting all mushy. It was so cute. Loved it. Every moment of it. I love animal videos. Love me some animals. Love me animals. Yes, it is. Like my heart broke. I don't know if they saw it, but Viking took the girls, or I think their mom took the girls to the Chicago Zoo where that baby dolphin was born, and the dolphin died the other day. I was like, oh my gosh, my heart. I just dropped my cards. Well, I mean, look how a human is born. They're ripped from the vag gene, pretty rough. Oh, that's awesome. I'm a, I steer away from the chiropractic thing with my back only because um I have so many back problems. If I'm twisted and turned the wrong way, like I don't want to be paralyzed, and I don't want that on somebody for trying to help me. Yeah, the baby passed away the other day, and I get like Chicago news on my phone because I'm in the area. And the girls were there for I think they were at the zoo when it was born. I don't know if they saw it or anything, but oh my God. Um, I'm not necessarily a fan of zoos. I'm just going to be squarely honest. I'm okay if a zoo is holding animals that are wild but have problems that can't be out in the wild or else they'll die. I'm okay with that because obviously they're getting taken care of and very well taken care of. And I'm not saying that zoos are mistreating any animals. I think it's a great experience to expose children to, but I would prefer wild animals staying wild and animals that need rescuing or that they can't be in the wild because of the deformity or they were rejected at birth. Like that should be at the zoo. Um, Even though we are all animals caged in a firmament. Yeah, there is a wolf sanctuary. I really wanted to go and visit the wolves. There were wolves that had injured and they can't be released back into the wild because they would perish. I love that. I'm so sad that I didn't get to go. And that's not out of my future going about. Inward revolution. I think that's what my soul's happening right now. It's getting plucked apart. The way of your heart. You're always moving forward, even when you feel like you're going backward. Your path may seem to go up and down or inward and outward. The spiral is a symbol of your soul journey. It represents a cyclical adventure into your heart center. You will continually revisit aspects of your life to bring you to a deeper understanding. Difficulties and challenges can command a greater focus as they help to build bigger and better dreams and desires. Each cycle of life is an important stepping stone that expands into the next. Your life will only feel authentic when you come to your own conclusions. An inward revolution will open you to the wisdom of your soul. It is a path we must all take to truly know and love ourselves. From this place, we move outward back into the world, empowered with our soul's vision and wisdom. You are worthy of all you desire, no matter where you are in your spiral. I affirm. Manifestation. You will attract what you give your focus to. You are about to experience something you have longed for. You may not see any evidence yet, but don't be disheartened. Instead, be still and align with your soul. Soon you will be inspired to take a step forward where you will meet your dreams and desires. Fall in love with the unknown, and the path of the known will materialize. You create your life through how you feel and what you think. When you change your beliefs, your life changes to match it. First, you must be aware of how you feel in the present. Practice focusing on what makes your heart sing, not shrink. The time just before manifestation is an opportunity to change any story from your past, present, or future. Your perception is altering so you can see in a new light. Everything is created twice. Firstly, in the vibrational realm, perceived as imagination, feeling, or dreaming, and then in the physical world as a manifested object. Enjoy the journey to all you are manifesting, and your desires will arrive soon. This is a nature of creation. Aww, that's amazing. And what synchronicities today? I watched a short with donkeys laughing at animals and other people, like mocking them. It was hysterical. Like I said, I love animal videos and I'll watch anything that makes me laugh and get in a high vibe. And that was definitely really funny. My friend had a donkey in Staten Island. There before they it turned the land that they lived on into a hotel and a bunch of buildings that they like to do. Um, her family had a donkey and it was really cute. And as much as we all are sitting back and going through this movie, going, okay, great. I can only imagine what the animals are feeling. Like they're going through their changes too. They're upgrading too. It's amazing to see animals self-identify. If animals, and this is just my take on it, don't believe me. You don't need to. Um, but I believe that animals that can self-identify, and that means looking in the mirror and not getting aggressive towards its own self, that it understands that self. They're moving on up to the human side next cycle. See, I didn't get a notification that Dina went live on YouTube, and I have them. I've had some funny camel encounters going to the zoo and the circus. Uh, Not anything personal in my direction, but I've seen them spit and I've seen them laugh. It's hilarious. It is so humid here. My little hairs. Aw. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Ride them? Divine masculine. Electric active power. This card of Osiris, master of resurrection, he heralds a time of active creative energy in your life. He fuses his own inner light with the power and external vibration of universal consciousness, being newly empowered in every cell and every thought. The hawk that sits on his shoulders has a strong life force and intense energy. This card indicates that you are entering this field of expansive energy at this time. In flight, the hawk has great vision and the ability to communicate with the spirit of creation. And this is an important message for you. You are moving into a time of great creative and productive energy. So let yourself consider what project or activity is calling to your soul. Whether it's a new business, a novel, or a work of art, now is the time to focus on this type of endeavor. Your own resonance vibrates with an absolutely electric connection with the universal inspiration. Connection with universal inspiration and accelerated action. I have a big buzzing in my ear. In fact, you may emerge from this time not only reinvigorated, but even reinvented. On a personal level, this card could signify an approaching relationship with a man. That would be nice. It's been a year. It may be a new romance, or it could be a strong friendship or business connection. Any one of those are fine with me. This man brings fresh ideas and dynamic energy into your life. Be conscious of any new opportunities. Remember, as you receive the guidance and support, always to maintain your own creative intention and listen to your own intuitive voice. As I connect with the creative force in the universe, my own creativity expands and thrives. I did that on Craft and Sit. That's sitting in my bullet business card holder. Oh my gosh, Sparky! That's adorable. I'm reading the chat. I'm just not commenting. Happy Friday the 13th. Oh yeah. We're getting rainbow-ish lines. That was probably why I just did that. Another one dropped a little while ago. I don't gamble. My parents gambled and they didn't really win anything. I love Friday the 13th. And it's actually there's a lot of different Norse associations with Friday the 13th. Freaky Friday. The only thing freaky about my Friday is that I wore a really nice velvet dress because I wanted to be like Elvira. I love watching her as a kid, and it's very Elvira-esque, but it was exposing a little too much on top. Well, someone has to give me money to play the lotto. I am hoarding everything I have right now. I have to go find a coin star because any change I put it in my coin holder thingy. Oh, that's awesome. We have abundance, fortune, wealth, plenty, as we're talking about the lottery. This portends a time of great joy and receptivity for you. The prosperity you've been longing for is coming your way. An investment may pay off, or an unexpected windfall may appear. But even if the increase in wealth comes slowly at first, the abundance is sure to expand as you allow yourself to focus on the present value and you already have in your life. Always. Always remember that value comes in many forms. There is a good fortune in nature, friendship, and the simple moments of small joys. This grateful awareness will shine in your life like the sweet violet aura around Lakshmi's luxurious being. At her feet, baby elephants herald the arrival of true prosperity, bringing with them an energy of strength and peaceful certainty. This card is telling you to rest assured, for great joy and prosperity will soon be expanding throughout your life. I open my mind and my life to the blessings of the universe. Unlimited wealth is coming to me in wonderful and unexpected ways. I'm going to add to that I don't have to pay back. If you listen to Brian Scott and listen to his wealth, money, abundance affirmations, that you don't have to pay back. My bank doesn't have a Coinstar. I used to, so how I got to Fort Wayne, Indiana was by Coinstar. And yes, they do charge a lot. But I did not, none of the banks that I have affiliations with have coins converters. My banks don't have the Coinstar thing. But yes, I trust me, I know the struggle. I was out at 3 o'clock in the morning every night going through people's recycling bins, because in New York you can do bottle deposits for 5 cents. And I was grabbing anything and everything that I could get 5 cents off of. I know the struggle. I've been there. I lived it. 97 pounds of me. I'm not trying to repeat that shit. So it's why I'm very much adamant that shit needs to come and needs to come soon, because I am not going to live again a year and a half of not eating and of dwelling and dwindling away as I keep putting it out into the universe, good vibes and great things and all this stuff, and nothing manifested. What manifested was me going, oh shit, I gotta move. But my desires didn't come through the way I wanted them to. So you gotta be very, Sparky, you can talk animal all day long. Why? Because I love animals. You sent me pictures, I was in heaven. I love animals. Love animals. And we love hearing them. So, no, no, you speak away. You speak away, because that brings up the vibrations. Because at least for myself, I can visualize these things in my brain, and it's fantastical. It hmm, I love it. Yes, love animals, and everybody here is loving the animals. So you share your experiences. You go, girl. And and it's a blessing to have had those experiences that you can share with other people. Because, people that are jealous or envious, they just want the same thing you had. And they can have that experience if you go to the zoo or you go on an animal retreat. Oh yeah. No, oh, of course. Absolutely. You know, um, I think at most points in a lot of our lives, people have taken advantage of us for what we are and what we have. You know, for me, a lot of people crave what I can give them in advice and attention and the spiritual stuff. And people used to keep me on the phone for 4 to 5 hours. They wouldn't stop. And I'm not rude, but like, I had to put a kibosh to a lot of that. I'm like, I have to live my own life and I'm by myself. I don't have anybody taking care of me. And I don't mind talking to people, but like, no one wants to stop once they get started. I'm like, I'm not a therapist and I don't get $20 an hour, $40 an hour to listen to your concerns. And you're not even letting me speak back. Hi, Deplorable. Welcome back. But I could totally see that happening as a kid. Oh, we want to be your friend, but we really want to see the animals. I get that. That has to be hella annoying. And a big pain in the tushy to deal with as a kid. Um, it took me a while, Blendy, when Morgan died to I gave myself some time to like breathe. And then I made it a mission to look for the cats, and I went down to the cat cafe, like next to the post office here, which is down the block. And it's a long block, but it's down the block. And I fell in love with Odin and Freya, and I had to have them, and I got them. And then, Odin passed, but I still have Freya, and I love her. She is amazing, and she's like still coming out of her little shell. It's so cute. And I would say that you'll know when it's time. My cousin who has type 1 diabetes, um, he lost a dog last year that he had and that helped him out medically. It wasn't a dog that was trained or anything, but the dog picked up when he was going low or high. The dog would wake him up or get him out and, hello, something's wrong, even before his devices would beep. So he really was like cautious about finding another dog that would do that, but he got a pit bull mix and it's a little bigger of a dog than he's used to. And I'm like, well, at least it's getting you out and running and using your muscles. He's not a spring chicken, but he's really cute. But I think Wendy, you'll have the urge, like I had the urge. Morgan gave me the okay button to go start looking. And I wasn't really set on any one particular cat. Cats are just for me easier to have because I can go to work knowing that it could shit in a box and I don't have to go home and walk it. Um, no, Baby Luigi, let me tell you what, every one of my ex-boyfriends had pit bulls, and I loved them to death. Love pit bulls. They are huge and they can be scary, but they're big mush balls. They are freaking adorable. I love pit bulls. Viking has one. My ex had one. My ex before him had one. They all had them. And they're freaking cute. And they're cuddly wuddly and they eat a lot. Like any dog or any cat or any animal. If you train them properly, and cats can be trained, but like when you give the cat their boundaries, when you love your animal and you give that frequency and you teach it, train it, especially dogs, they're not going to do anything that they are going to protect you. But if the dog has been traumatized, it needs, like any dog, you know, there are dogs that are freaking like the Chihuahuas that can be vicious. There's other breeds of dogs that are vicious. They're small, but they can still do harm. They will bite you. I've been bitten by a lot of dogs that are tiny. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with your dog? Oh, well, because you don't train your animal. I love Yorkies. They're freaking adorable. My favorite Yorkie that's very famous is Gizmo, Reed Timmer's Yorkshire Terrier. He's adorable. Gizmo is a freaking cutie pie. I mean, any dog, you gotta, if it's not trained and if you get it as a puppy, then you have the control of training it the way you want it. If the dog is being adopted and it's a little on the older side, you still have the capacity to train it. You have to stick with the training though. Like even the cats, like when I had Odin and Freya, like I kept them in their cat room and I did yes and no with the clicker and with the food so that when they came out into my house, they're not just doing cat shit and swiping and dropping everything and jumping on places I don't want them to be. I had I had to train Odin not to jump on my kitchen table or on the kitchen counter. I don't want my cats near my food. I don't want cat hair in my food. You know, and that took Odin a little bit to get like, no, that's like, no, you can jump on the couch, you can jump on the beanbag. He used to jump on the desk, but not in the kitchen. No, not allowed. Baby Luigi, I have to get back to the cards, but do I have, hang on. Do I have it out? Uh, I might have to go to my website. Mm, I'm looking through my pictures. Hang on. Cool. I don't want this to take forever. I have like a huge photo file of the artwork that I do. It's huge. All right, hang on. Nope. Okay, hang on. German Shepherd, here you go. I drew that. That's Goose, the canine. I'm trying to plan out doing more of those dog portraits for the police canines here. So that's on my website. Oh, okay, cool. Hang on. I have to get to that. Did I put it here? Yes, I did. It's not going to pop out like the other one. But this is Ash Maya's babies. Those are Ash Maya's, all four babies. OMG, how adorable. So those are Ash Maya's babies. I did that for her. And unfortunately, this baby passed away. I just found out. I did a friend's. So I do portraits. I do them. I draw animals. And this is just pencil on paper. This is not color pencil or anything. I do humans. That was a commission. I do babies. That was a newborn. That was my neighbor. Both of the pet doggy and my neighbor passed away, so I did a memorial. Here's more baby portraits. This was my neighbor that passed away. And I did that for his mom, a very good family friend of mine. And she eerily cried when I gave that to her because she was like, "Holy crap, you captured his essence." Um, and that was another recent commission. This is a coworker that I did with her and her husband. Do I have anything else on here? I have to update this more. You see it in Jason? Oh yeah, I added the skulls. I have to add more of the skulls I made. And my skullies. And the business card holders. And protection pyramids. The tiny little baby pyramid. I have to get more of those molds. The molds don't last that long. Thank you. And for some reason, some of these photos came out super grainy and some of them super clear. I don't understand it. I don't get it. That's Nej's pyramid right there. And I have to update this. Here's all the paint and sips. And the crafts. I have a lot to update. I have a lot to update. Holy crap. These are all the pyramids that I made for others. At someone's house. That's Jason's mom. I did that for his birthday. I did this for a commission for somebody. So I do sell my artwork. This sold at one of the fairs I did. I made someone sent me chicken feathers and wanted clips. And this is a lot of this this painting I still have. I sold the thankful one. I have to add to that. And these are some of the paintings and other stuff that I have. See, I got a lot of stuff on the website. And I have to get back into blogging because I don't know if anybody ever reads any of the stuff I write, but it's there. I have a blog. And then that is a huge painting that used to sit in my bathroom, now in my hallway. It's insulation foam. So yeah, that's my website for anybody that's interested. It's .com. But I have to update that. Oh, that's amazing, Em. I have tried doing wood burning. I need a better wood burner. Um, I have a clock I made a long time ago when I used to like practice wood burning. I made a clock. Um, I actually need a professional, like you can go to Michael's and get like a starter kit, but I need one that's like a little more on the pricier side because it does like your tools make a difference. Like the pencil drawings, I could say is like the cheapest thing I could do materially because the pencil is I can go to the store and go get a pack of pencils. I use the Bics, uh the auto ones that you can click and the lead comes out. That's what I use on my drawings. I've drawn with those expensive pencils, the HB and B and all the gradients. Charcoal, I love charcoal. Problem is keeping it to the intensity that I want it. It fades. Even at, you know, you spray it and you spray it wrong, it's ruined. Um, I like pencil. Um, Acrylic painting is a cheaper route. It isn't oil paint. I love oil painting. That's me. But I like to dip and dabble into everything. Um, I tried making jewelry at some points. I love beading. I have those. I showed the yarn on the one of the craft and sips. I took out that big, huge yarn and the carpet I hook latched. I love all of that. Yes. And Dot will, if you ask Dot, Dot will definitely steer you in the right direction. I know Morgan Cat steered me to Freya and Odin. It killed me that I still miss Odin. I miss Morgan so much. She was my heart. But, you know, I mean, I used to be a professional ballerina, a dancer, tap, jazz, lyrical, modern hip hop, and then arthritis hit me, and I was steered towards the drawing. Always had an artistic hand, always. Anytime my parents went out to eat, I was a placemat. That's what my iPad was my placemat. I was drawing, and doodling and doing all that fun stuff. Um, that's just me. That's my theme I'm playing out in this life. But try making a living out of it. It's not easy. Um, you have to have the right people and the right opportunities to show up at your door. And not to say that they will never show up. It's rare. Um, I had one of my professors worked as a mentor under Louise Bourgeois, and he made it to an extent, but not to a height that Louise Bourgeois made. And she's a really famous artist. Sarah Z and Richard Serra and all these Marilyn Minter. She was one of my professors. These people, I don't know who's they had a go about it, but their work speaks for themselves. But that's okay. You see, a lot I love when people show me their work. I'm not there to judge you. I'm not an art critic. I'm not going to sit there and go, "Well, what the fuck is that?" No, because it's about what you're doing, how you're using your brain. How that's your creativity. I everybody has a talent in something. Everybody's gifted and experienced in something. It could be baking, it could be making music, it could be writing, it could be making poetry, scrapbooking, crafting. Not everybody can craft, I'm going to tell you that much. But if you're doing it for yourself, I don't I don't make artwork to sell. That's something that a lot of people misconceive about me. I do this because I enjoy it. Do you see how many damn pyramids? Look, how many pyramids are behind me? I make them because I purely love making stuff. I have a whole cart full of stuff right behind me. I make it because it excites me. Like this blew my mind. I don't know if I showed this. Hang on. I'm going to go into the bathroom, which is around the corner. See, I'm back. I painted this in junior high school. I painted that in junior high school. Um, Everybody has something that they are really good at. And but here's the thing about perception. What I make, someone might find as shit and horrible, while someone else finds it amazing. You're not going to get everybody to like you or your things. I create to create for myself because it makes me happy. If I happen to sell my artwork, that makes me happy because my healing and my energy is going into a nice, good home. I want it to bring joy to people. I want somebody to look at something and go and have a good feeling about it. Um, but the same thing as a cook. You want somebody to taste your food and have a good feeling. Like you want that. Most people who cook for themselves and they want to impart that good feeling they have for themselves onto other people. And yes, if you're not happy and you're just creating to reproduce something to sell it, that's on you. But I rather sit there and have a good feeling about what I'm doing and put excitement into it and enjoy the process. It's meditative. If you've ever watched my paint and sips, I'm very quiet because I'm concentrating. I'm like, oh, what would look good here? And I'm going through my artistic brain. What composition do I want? How do I want this to feel? What colors will like make me happy and satisfied? How can I make this original? Even if it's my own photography I'm doing, how can I make this a little unique or a little different? There's a girl, if I can, the next vending event that I do, and if she's there, this girl makes her own. She gets all the kits, but then she sorts out all the art, the diamonds herself, and she makes her own diamond paintings. Like her work blows my mind. I mean, she does the patterns and stuff she'll buy and she'll do it, but like 9 times out of 10, she told me she literally reconfigures a whole entire board and then she puts the pieces down. Her work is phenomenal. If I get her information, I'll show her website if I find it next time. Yeah, I mean, all everybody has some sort of talent out there and creativity that you need to tap into. That's how I love doing art. It's my passion. It's something that makes me happy. I love doing this. I love imparting my wisdom and what I've learned and what I've experienced to everybody. That's my guiding light. That's why I'm here. I'm here to help with the information my soul knows and is ingrained in there, but also physically my art. Oh, I have a frog somewhere in my backyard. I can hear it. Um, I'm always trying different things. Sometimes I'll go on Facebook and I'll see an artist and I'll look at how they did something and I'll try it and it doesn't come out good. But at least I know I did different to do different to get a different result. Um, I Thank you, Roger. But you could be you can be a smart ass. Damn straight, Christina. You see, Christina's doing what she loves. She's making leather awesome stuff. I can't wait to see her pictures. But Roger could be a smart ass. I give permission. But it's the truth. You gotta, if one of the things I want to desire to manifest, not to become one of these world renowned artists, but to become successful at what I'm doing and making it a living out of it. I get lost in hours, like coming up with new themes for my epoxy stuff and playing around with different ideas. The sky's the limit. But it does, if in the moment, in the now moment, I'm very grateful when someone's like, oh, I want to commission you for something. It's wonderful. It's a great feeling to know that someone wants your stuff, that somebody has faith, and that you're seeing the vision that they're seeing and you give it to them. When Ash Maya's husband asked me to, get all these dogs on a encapsulated on a piece of paper, I didn't know how she was going to respond. But she's excited, and that's what I like. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There's so many talented people out there, and it saddens me that it's not celebrated more often. As we saying this, sacred gratitude, re, reverent appreciation prayer. This card brings a simple but profoundly important message to you. The woman peacefully stands alone in a quiet forest. Reverently, that word does not like to project out of my mouth. Placing her hands on ancient tree, with her eyes closed, she feels a deep connection to the towering tree, truly appreciating its graceful, majestic presence in her life. That was me yesterday. Seriously, that was me yesterday. This card is telling you to let go of external concerns long enough to spend some time in sacred gratitude. I did this yesterday, literally, in my backyard. This reverent appreciation calls for you to pause and reflect to truly feel the value of your life and your earthly environment, down to the depths of your very soul. This is not so much about listening of all the good things you already have, as it is about simply experiencing the wonder of being one with nature, one with your soul, and one with the planet and everything on it. The mystical approach is easy to adopt through meditative thought, a deep breath, and a quiet smile. Be careful not to dismiss this choice as frivolous. This inward, peaceful intention is actually a dynamic energy accelerator. Each quiet, uncluttered moment of gratitude will summon the communal grace of both the creative and magnetic forces flowing through the world. And if this card, it's referring to other things, profound appreciation brings expansive and valuable results. I let go of external concerns and stop to appreciate life's deeper value. My spirit is grateful for life itself. Truth. Roger, you need to walk your authentic self. Um, I have dished out tough love to people. And tough love hurts. I've gotten a lot of it in my own life from a lot of people. Gotta move my cards around. Do 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 do. It got quiet in chat. You guys are silly in a good way. Hey, there was a pause there for a second. There's a difference between tough love, constructive criticism, and then being a dick. Um, when I was in school, the art of criticism, constructive criticism, was something that is a very big tool in art because not everybody has the talent, especially like my freshman year. You had to take everything. So it was computers, it was painting, drawing, all of it. And not everybody is good at certain things. I was terrible at computers, horrible. Ask me, they like our whole class was to make a website, like a lot, not a soft launch of a fake one. I bombed. I got my stuff up, but it sucked. That's not my forte. Computers were never my forte. I need to be hands-on, making it, writing it, doing it. And I had people that took the drawing and the painting classes that were doing stick figures and really did not know what they were doing. They didn't go for fine arts. They went for computer design or whatever have you, illustration or animation, and we all helped each other out because I had really amazing classmates, but other people not so much. And my professors always taught us, like, look, you always want to give somebody something that they could take something positive, but something they can work on. So you have to use your words wisely and be constructive in your criticisms. And like, oh, you see, I'll give you an instance. Oh, you see the clouds right there? If you went in with a different brush and whipped it up, you would have gotten a different result and possibly make it look more realistic. Right? That's not butchering someone's painting. That's just saying, oh, this would enhance the look of it. Have a good night, Em. I'll see you hopefully all tomorrow at some point. I think the Zoom is still on for 2. I don't know how long that Zoom is going to go on if there's a live stream. We'll figure that out tomorrow. But for anybody watching, there is a Zoom that is private that comes on at night. Sorry, brain shut off. There's a Zoom that a lot of us attend. Everybody's more than welcome to join. I usually join later on at night because I try to get my videos out, but we'll see what happens tomorrow. Hi, Ivy. Awesome. Thank you, Buckshot, for responding. So yes, the Zoom is still on for tomorrow. Hi. I have a Mazda. I know it does zoom, zoom, zoom when I turn my car on. Discipline. And I have a glitter. I don't know where that came from. An unruly dog is a hazard to itself and others. The animal which has learned discipline and obedience can be trusted and will loyally and lovingly serve its master. It is then allowed off its lead. Through discipline comes freedom. The master you are called on to obey is your higher self. You came to earth on a mission, and only self-discipline will enable you to fulfill it. Time in and ask your angels for their help and support so that your life becomes happy and rewarding and divinely directed. Discipline is a key to fulfilling your destiny. Self-discipline brings me freedom. The Curtises have talked about the discipline in the works that I've been reading recently, very succinct, and also the chosen ones and the angel ones have been talking about the very same thing. My Mazda is 15 years old and it is still running. It's not good in the snow, and I have a short somewhere in the electrical system. So it's a pain in the tushy. But I like my car. Opportunity. We are all presented with opportunities and are expected to flow with the currents that come our way. Drawing this angel card suggests that something is now being made available to you, and it is up to you to use it to your greatest advantage. Be alert, be aware, and be prepared. You can, of course, make your own opportunities. If you knock on enough doors, one will eventually be open to you. So you are also reminded to persevere, for it may be that a door which was previously locked has now been opened a crack. Quiet your minds and ask the angels to help you. I am ready for all opportunities. I affirm. Come on, knock on my door. I'll be waiting for you. That's right, you are. Damn straight. Yes, they are. They really are reliable. Mine's just old and beat up. What just happened? What Iron Dome? Oh, Israel's? Like I said, the movie's exciting. Uh, It's a movie. We knew this was gonna happen, but not in the way that we're thinking. And it's playing out right now in the theater near us. Sit back. Should we all make popcorn tomorrow? I might. I like popcorn. I know Dina likes popcorn. There's popcorn. This is like a big thing in Indiana. Popcorn's a huge thing here. Huge. Popcorn is everywhere. There's stores you can get specialty popcorn. Is that going on right now in the news? Well, I can have the popcorn for you. And I don't like popcorn either because it gets stuck in my bridge that falls down and it hurts. Um, but I do eat it time to time. Um, if I can afford a Subaru, I would like an Outback. New moon eclipse. Expect powerful change as that news just dropped on our feed here. Powerful change is expected. Chicken! Buck, 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 buck. So if their Iron Dome failed, what would it be if ours that we're not building just yet fails? Monkey butt, chicken, buck, 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 and mini chicken. Oh, so Ivy doesn't know about the popcorn. So the 17th letter of the alphabet, my heater's in the way. That right there said that we're watching a movie and we should get the popcorn out, and it is popcorn making time because we're watching a movie. So the world war that looks like that's becoming a world war is just a illusion. It shit is happening, but it's scripted. Yeah, but is it optics, M? Optics. Don't feed into it. Optics. Don't feel into it. Just be an observer. Just observe. That's what I've been doing. I don't give them my energy anymore. During Sandy, I didn't get to shower for like 3 days. I just did the army shower. I was fine. It's okay. Rice cakes, anything, just your favorite snack. How's that? Full moon in Leo. Don't let pride get in the way. So big changes are expected. New moon in Gemini. Communication is key, and we are in Gemini. Communication is key. 47. Yes, you get your snacks out, Ivy. For those of us in the chat, Ivy doesn't do the political thing. So she's in non-awareness of the movie and the events that are unfolding. I love cashews. I like roasted cashews. Roasted cashews are my thing. Uh Moonology? Okay. I love you, Em. June 13th. Today we reached exactly 50% today of 2025. Your destiny is unfolding right now. If you're lucky enough to find this message, big unexpected changes are happening. You are making quantum jumps in life, reaching greater fulfillment, especially those with pure hearts are reaching their full potential. In numerology, the number 13 represents personal growth, change of important transitions. It is a significant sign of endings and rebirth. Everything is working out for you at the right time. You left your past and now your future has arrived. Continue to step outside of your comfort zone to unlock your highest potential. Like I said, I'm looking to see the oh my God stuff. I'm not seeing it. I mean, my Facebook is a weird one. I have a lot of people from New York that have not woken up. I have a lot of people on that other side. So I stay on Facebook to watch. I'm a people watcher. That's what I do. Oh, Buckshot, I just saw that. Oh, you get an emoji from me. I don't like my emoji, but it's cute. I'm just checking. I'm not seeing anybody's reactions to the fun. Why? You know. Did it? No. Have I glitched out yet? I don't think I have as many energies behind me today. I mean, that was also due to the fact that I saged and I transcended some things and told them they could stay, just gotta stop. I haven't seen the news. That's all right. Anywho. Oh, did you? I'm glad they liked it. I hope that it exceeded your expectations with the lettering because I painted the lettering. I didn't like paint marker it, so I had to go down the lettering. Okay, hang on. We got guardian angels everywhere here. About the guardian angels, we each have at least one guardian angel who lovingly oversees all the events of our lives. Guardian angels are messengers of light whose divine mission is to protect and guide humanity along its sacred journey. Their love for each of us is unconditional, so no matter what you do or don't do, you always are worthy of their love. Um, Ivy, you know anyone that's single in my age bracket? I mean, I need an abundant opportunity. A relationship is supposed to be incoming because the old one, I'm supposed to be with the old one, but if that doesn't work, a new one can come in at any time. I'm open. Prayer. Dear guardian angel, help me to believe that all is possible through love. Help me manifest my dreams and live an inspiring and fulfilling life. Help me to feel God's presence in every moment. Help me feel eternally loved. Thank you for being always at my side. Fun fact, when I was first opening up deeper to my abilities, when I started working at school, like all the girls would get pregnant, and then they would all come to me and ask me what they're having, gender wise. And I misread a lot because I didn't realize for me, the opposite sex is your guardian. So for me, I have a male guardian angel who brought me through into my mom. If you're a male, you have a female guardian angel that brings you down into your mother. I didn't realize that until I got corrected up there. So, and after that, I was spot on with everybody that I could read. Oh, it's all good, Ivy. Oh, I wanted to pull astral cards. And then I'll do the last deck and then we'll end today. Because I myself need a shower. Today was very humid and rainy, so my hair is all bleh. But that's how I read the energy. It's different for everybody. But that's how I usually read when a soul is coming into carnation into a woman. I have to see what guide, what guardian angel is coming with them. If it's a male, masculine energy, it's a female. If it's a female, it's a masculine being born. That's just me. And then I hope if I wake up early enough and get my ass to the healing center, there's a Stargate meditation I'm definitely going to try to get to. Um, and then I need to go to the post office. So I'll be ending this in a couple of minutes because I need to get a meditation in that work around other people. And thankfully, it's donation based. We got a lot of energy going on, Ivy. Not so much in the Schumann, but geomagnetically. And there's just the world right now. So eventually, eventually I got to pick out our next craft and sip, paint and sip donation raffle fun. I don't know what I'm doing yet. Oh, there's a tornado. Um, I'm looking for my calendar. All willing, Friday the 27th, we'll pull a raffle. I just don't know what we're pulling yet, what the raffle is going to be about, but the 27th, I have to write that down. We'll do a raffle, but Friday Night Live. I'm gonna have to read. Uh, I'm pulling these obviously because of what's going on. Ah, girlfriend, don't ever do and Mickey D's ugh, poison. I swear, Wendy's is better. If you had to go the fast food route, Chick-fil-A. Um, I mean, at most, bless your food. No judgment. We have Mars. Motion. Mars urges you to take action, any action, but this can get you in trouble. Jump into motion, but stay in the driver's seat. And think through the consequences of your moves. Mars is a raw energy, and like the motor of a fine sports car, it can take you far if you add wisdom and guidance. Mars wants you to develop your strength and bravery, so work out and develop muscles or rescue the proverbial underdog. Boldly go where you have not gone before and passionately dive into life. Mars loans you the competitive edge to obtain a fiercely desired goal and teaches that for you, yes, that for your yes to truly mean yes. Your no means to be respected. Know what you want and don't want, and be aware of those desires in the people around you. I spoke about this earlier. Learn to fight and fight faithfully. Stand in your ground with grace and compete against your own personal best. This is going on in the world right now, Mr. Mars. And I don't know astrologically, but I think Mars is in conjunction or in a square or something with Jupiter and Venus or something. I don't remember. We have Clovers here. We do not have an In-N-Out burger. We have Shoops, which I heard is fantastic. Haven't had it, but it's expensive. Um, Everything else is like franchised around here, besides a few spots. But yeah, I don't remember. I was listening to somebody talk about the square conjunction of Uranus, but it applied to my Ariesness. Um, so I don't remember what where, what, who, when. Um, but yes, try not to do the MDs. Um, for those who don't, well, cannibalism. I'll just say it that plainly simple. Cannibalism. Don't know if it goes on anymore, but cannibalism. Debilitated discomfort. This time you see an invaluable sidekick. This is not your game, but you have a lot to contribute nonetheless. And the long-term benefits will be worth your efforts. Learn and listen rather than assert yourself and your opinions. Use the strength and leadership skills to support and center another person or project. Pass the ball to someone who is in the position to run with it. Back up a leader, do the work behind the scenes, and bolster the team. If you're not ready to do this work, you can pass the ball and leave the field. But consider redefining your idea of success. Stay here and you can grow needed skills, expand your repertoire and contacts, and build up trust among others who can help you in the future. Everything you learn, all the contacts you make, prepare you for when it is your turn. And we have third house communication. I mean, and this is also speaking on what's going on globally. The soccer ball pass. Who's running with it? Who passed the soccer ball? Who's running with it? Communication. Check the lines of communication in your thinking process. First, repair any actual technical glitches, loose wires, computers, or phone problems, and take this metaphor or step further and look at how your messages are sent and received. Make sure you understand what was intended in a letter or email you received. Ask other people what they heard you say in an exchange. When in doubt, ask for more information and repair any miscommunications. This is like Mercury retrograde energy. When you take this metaphor in-house and look within, notice the quality of your thinking, repair glitches, stretch your mental muscles, and improve the quality of your communications. You may need to learn new ways to express yourself so others hear your true intentions. Think about how you learn to communicate growing up through your relationships with siblings or sibling-like friends. Your early school experience, investigate how those early relationships formed mental habits that affect your present moment. Yes. Get in the box. And the last spread for the night. Okay, I will say from Burger King back in the day, I was obsessed with their chicken Whopper. Not too many people remember the chicken Whopper. That was my favorite thing until they took it off the menu. For me, Wendy's is the closest fast food. Second is Burger King. Um, Taco Depot is very close. Love Taco Depot, but that's tacos. Um, that's good, wholesome goodness. Um, there's a lot of stuff closing around here. I mean, they shifted Chipotle. I like Chipotle. Um, when they can afford it. That's expensive. Can I show this one? Yes. I love their chicken in the Whopper, and I'm a plain Jane person. I like everything plain. Um, I will say though, at least in Manhattan, Chipotle was expensive, but it was worth it because their servings and portions are big, and you could take that home and make it last a few days. Um, if I have the money for food like that, that's what I do. I usually get something bigger that I know I can spread out through the week. I'm not a kid. I used to be obsessed with KFC. So when I was in high school, my one of my exes lived across the street from a KFC. And we used to go in there right before they closed to get free food every night. And their honey buffalo wings were absolutely my favorite. I used to be obsessed until they changed the chicken. And Pizza Hut around here is closing, but I used to eat at Pizza Hut all the time. But I stopped literally eating fast food um a long time ago. Um I'd rather sit down and have a nice meal that I could take home. But if like Viking took the girls out to eat, I would always like munch on like a chicken nugget or a French fry and bless the damn thing out of it because of the parasites. But, um, I the only way like I'll eat out is if someone to get, I people send me gift cards here and there to places, and I totally take advantage of that. So if someone gets me a gift card to a place, I'm gonna go get food. I don't have many choices in this world when it comes to I can't be picky. Um, a lot of people do that they don't know any better, I guess. They don't know my eating styles, and I'm very plain. But people will get me gift cards. I will go and find something in a place to eat. I don't, my choices are at whatever I get, I'm accepted and I am grateful for. We have Aeon Soph. Don't worry, YouTube, there's no nudity in these. A way through the struggle has already been created for you, and you are being led onto the path. Your authentic soul path may include recognition and acclaim, notable success and admiration. Be grateful, but do not be dazzled or distracted by such experiences. Focus on what connects you to your heart and grounds you in the simplicity of spiritual truth, which is the practice of love, kindness, and peace. This will allow for successful progress in the material world without disturbing the sanctity of your soul. Truth. Um, like the only burger I'll have that has stuff on it besides like if I make sliders, I'll put romaine baby romaine lettuce and a mozzarella on my burger. Otherwise, I'm plain Jane. When it comes to like Red Robin, their Western hamburger, it has like I don't know, it whatever they put on it, it's really good. Oh, I can't complain. If someone is sending me food, you know, here the last day of school, the kids here, there's a program that the kids get buddy bags, and a buddy bag is a bag of food for the weekend because some kids go home and they're hungry and they don't get school lunch and they don't get fed. So buddy bags are a thing, and there was buddy bags left over, and one of the guys knows that I'm in hard times, and he gave me a few buddy bags. There's a lot of stuff in that buddy bag I refuse to eat, like the ramen. Um, it's like it's junk. So whatever I didn't take, I gave to Viking and to the girls. I found out very quickly the last time I went to the food bank, which last month I did, and it was the same thing that I was getting in the buddy bag. Processed boxed food. It was nothing even fresh the last time I went. There was no veggies. There was fruit cups, but not actual fresh fruit. You know, and I understand they get it from where they get it from. I can't do pickles. I'm not a pickle person. I like cucumbers. Um, I like chicken salads. I'll have a good chicken salad, but I like baby spinach instead of lettuce. I like lettuce, but I have to be in the mood for it. But anyway, let's get back to reading. Receptivity is the key to unlocking this white light magic of the spirit. When we are open to it, surrounded to its wisdom, and willing to place that wisdom above our own opinions, we are capable of receiving and benefiting from it. If we are trying to dictate its course, to contrive and control it, to meet our needs as we think they should be met, then we are not being receptive. The path of control and dominance is regressive. It is not sacred magic, and it is not that of spirit. Underneath fancy words, outlandish claims, and complex doctrines, the light of spirit is recognized by its effort. Genuine spiritual connection helps us outgrow our problems. Ego will tell you a situation is too complicated or someone else is to blame. Or if you could just change this one thing, healing could happen. But when you are in your ego, you are not spiritually effective. You'll be locked in suffering and confusion. As a human being, you are able to use your free will as you choose. You can focus on the negative and distance yourself from the light, refuse to trust and insist you always know best. You could choose to feel unappreciated, betrayed, or afraid when life does its unpredictable dance. Spirit still and will love you and seek to help you, even when you use your free will in such a way. At any time, you can choose to say enough of that misery and open your heart to connect with the higher creative and healing intelligence of the light. No matter how much our wounded mind or broken hearts may believe a situation cannot be healed, Ein Sof is always there. It reminds us that whether we can see it or not, there is a spiritual path through all troubles. That path can be beautiful. We will become profoundly grateful for the struggle which caused us to grow, even if we never wish to repeat that experience. Have the courage and trust to let go of approaches that will not lead you anywhere worth going. As you open yourself to what is, even the unexpected, difficult twists of fate, you will become even closer to the radiant grace and luminous clarity, which is reassuring you, healing you, and guiding you and loving you. I claim. How about you guys? So I will type this when this ends. Soul truth. If you're doing and wanting introspection and if you need inner healing and you don't know what direction to take, what if it was easy? It doesn't have to be hard. Calling the universe, the stars, the angels, and all their powers, find the solution. Would you take a next step if it were easy? It's time to expect ease. Calling grace and receive guidance. You are supported. And then today's action. List 10 possible ideals for your soul's current calling. Lean into ease. It's here. You just have to say yes to it. So these are really awesome cards that I was gifted. Each one has a different, if I had a magic wand, it could have anything I desire in life, what would I choose? Burn with desire. There's a power in your desires. Let them be your fuel today. Your desires are your soul's wings, and it's time to take flight. Today, go inward. Your answers lie within. What do you desire? Choose what makes you happy and do that. So these are really awesome cards that can help you introspect and do some healing and learning. And I will link these. I don't have a link for them because it was off of Sheen, but I will put down the deck name and the person that did it. I didn't pull Arnie's decks tonight. No offense, Arnie. Tomorrow's, yep, tomorrow. I always say this. The spiritual community and other communities go back and forth with what's healthy, what's not healthy, what's this, what's that, it's poison, it's this, it's that. I choose to feed my food frequency of love and light. I put good intentions into everything I consume. Even if I do this and do it in my head in the restaurant. Like I'm sitting there and blessing my food and putting intentions into my food, whether it's spoken or it's my hands. You know it's best, and you can only afford what you can afford. And what do you tell a poor person that's in a third world country or even here that gets what they get and they can't get upset? That's my circumstances right now. If I get what I get and I can't get upset, I could just transmute. That's about it. Transmute. So guys, tomorrow Zoom will be on at 2 o'clock Eastern, 1 Central. Definitely stop by. I will hopefully get to the meditative healing center to do the Stargate meditation in the morning. I will be doing a card pull for all the channel members. So that's something special that I do for everybody that's a member, channel member. I will hopefully be live, with everybody in chat for the parade tomorrow. Hopefully. Um, yeah, pray and listen, it there are studies that have been done that when you're talking into your water positively, the frequencies actually make a difference when you freeze it. You get beautiful, harmonious stuff. That's for everything that you consume. So there's a military, so tomorrow is El Papi Trumpo's birthday, and he has a military parade in DC, but there's a lot of other things, and there's a lot of optics going on behind the scenes, and there's World War III outbreaking. So there's a lot going on outside of ourselves that a lot of us are going to be entertaining ourselves with popcorn, hopefully. um like I said earlier to all of our awakened folks, Ivy is not awakened to the political stuff, so give her some grace. We love you anyway. So guys, just lastly, whatever is going to happen tomorrow, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Just shield yourselves, shield your energy. Don't feed the negative side, feed yourself. I hope to see you all tomorrow at some point, at some juncture during the day, whether it's being the cards, whether it's me in Zoom, whether it's me in the chats. I hope to be there. Goodness sakes. Please be safe wherever you are in the world. If you are in a major or near a major city, I would stay put, just to be safe. I know happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there, whether you're a fur daddy, a real daddy, transcended daddy, you're needed and wanted, and thank you so much for your masculinity. We need that back in our world. Sending each and every one of you love, light, compassion, grace, shielding, and protective energy. Please go within. Be the shoulders physically for somebody. Seed your truths, light that lighthouse, light the path forward. And I hope to see you all tomorrow at some juncture of the day. And please don't forget to hit the like, share it around. See me on TikTok, and bye for now.